Okay, now we're live. All right, that's a bit better. Maybe that's gonna do something. I don't really know how any of this works. I'm trying something different today on YouTube specifically to maybe save us some issues. Particularly, there is a little bit of a, what's the word? There's a bit of a difficulty when it comes to streaming on YouTube where if we, for some reason, drop the stream, it starts, when I come back, it'll start a fresh stream from scratch. Now, I don't want that to happen. So I was looking up some stuff yesterday, and apparently when you schedule a stream, then going dead and then coming back, it'll stay on the original scheduled stream. I don't actually know if that's true, but I'm going to try it today. But of course now, because you have to press the button to schedule it, I had to press the button to begin the broadcast, which I didn't have to do last time with an unscheduled stream. This stuff's really tricky, man. I'm figuring it out. I'm learning. So nonetheless, we are here. Man, I wish I could show you my desk. It's looking really clean. Like with this setup, there are so few cables hanging around. It's great. Actually, I will fix one thing in a second, but first I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on both Twitch and on YouTube. I'm not abandoning YouTube just yet. I love you guys, and it's nice. I enjoy having a second chat for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm just feeling confidence when I'm streaming on YouTube, even though I'm losing subs. I'm actually on a little journey at the moment with I go to a psychologist every now and again, just to make sure that I'm, it's like the gym for my brain. And we've been working on confidence, and I've been reflecting a lot about like how I feel about certain aspects of the game and the games, well, not just the game, but IndieTales and my journey as a developer and all that stuff. And I think I've been too sensitive about small changes. I've been way too sensitive about it. I'm confident in what I'm doing. I'm like, as a developer, as a director, like, as a streamer, I'm confident in this stuff. I should trust myself. Or at least I think that I deserve to be confident, so like even little things, yesterday, something happened in my brain. I had been to the psychologist and I didn't feel like anything had happened. I was like, oh, I don't know how this is going to go this year. First session of the year. It's quite expensive. And it's like, am I really targeting the right things here? Am I going to get what I want to get out of this set of sessions? Like, I don't know. And then something happened that in my brain, typically I would consider like the worst possible thing to happen to me, which is someone who I really respect took an issue with one of my videos. And typically when that happened, that's kind of my nightmare. The idea that like someone who I respect, whose opinion I place highly, thinks poorly of my opinion. It happened, and I got into a discussion with this person. And at the end of it, I was on a walk while I was like reading this stuff. I'm like walking and I'm like, this has really ruined my walk. Like I'm too busy to worry about this. And something clicked in my brain where I was like, this person feels this way for personal reasons that have nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. I'm okay to have my opinion and they have theirs. And it's not my fault. I'm not a bad person. I haven't done something wrong. It's fine. Like, this is just gonna happen. It always happens. It's always been happening. But I've placed so much value in other people's opinions of me. And the fear of other people's opinions being negative, even before people have expressed them, that it's just really been not healthy for me. And I've been carrying this a long time, like the whole time I've been a developer and a streamer and anything, this fear of like judgment from the outside. And I think this year I think it's not just that I'm ready to let it go. It's that I actually have to let it go if I am going to move forward. If I care enough about my game for it to be a success, I have to let it go of this fear and be more tolerant of people's opinions of me. Because it's not that I'm going to be able to control them. You know, I can't make people like me. I can't avoid people having opinions of me that I can't, you know, that are outside of my influence. So I have to be more tolerant of it. I have to be more accepting of it, and less afraid. So that's just a little thing off the top of the stream. It's just not in my DNA to feel that way. You know, like that's a lot of growth for me to do, because I really identify with the idea of being a good person and having that label be given to me from other people. It's like other people get to tell me if I'm good or not. I don't get to tell me. That's how I've grown up. So just trying to unlearn that a little bit. I want to say a big thank you to my most recent followers. We've got River the Links in Twitch and Sneaky Pops for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Our view count is a little, something's wrong there. And our timer is off as well. Man. Start when that ends. Okay. That's looking good. I'm not sure. Oh, I know what that is. I think I can fix this too. All right, 1 second, pals. Yeah, I just feel like, you know, I just feel like I deserve to feel good. It's weird to say that, you know. I think I was you know what? It's like therapy works. I was talking to my therapist and I was just describing something that happens to me in my life sometimes. And it was basically this thing that I have this defensiveness, you know, this thing where I get mad. Ooh, thank you. That was very loud. Amarano, thank you so much for the sub. This defensiveness and actually kind of anger. There's an anger that I have sometimes around, you know, feeling this judgment because of how important it is to me, and because I believe internally that I deserve to feel good, right? If I think it, if I know I believe it, but I believe that other people don't, you know, don't see it the way I do. Like if I'm putting a lot of work into something and someone thinks I'm not, it must be the case then that me believes that I deserve to feel good. Do you know what I mean? Because why else would you get upset about it? You know, there's like some discrepancy, I guess, would be the argument that, like, you know, the way that I think about my self-evaluation is much better, you know, than what I fear the outside thinks of me. And that was comforting. So anyway, we're going to do some dev right now. I'm just happy now with how everything is set up. Yeah, because I've always treated, oh, my new PC specs. Yeah, I should probably put those in, shouldn't I? Let me see if I can update that. That's coming from YouTube, but probably not today. I'm going to put it on my to-do list. In fact, now is a good time to segue into that. I need to start. There's some RGB in there for sure. There's a lot of RGB. Yeah. So what I need to do is on the content creation side, I need to update stream page with specs. At least there's a lot of, my brand has changed a lot from what my Twitch about section currently makes it look like. So I need to update that. Probably, I don't know if it's going to get done this weekend, but I need to do it soon, including listing what my current specs are. So, oh yeah, the current, dude, can you see how fast this is? This I could not move this fast before. It's actually crazy how fast it is. I was seriously handicapping myself in the past. I don't know how I did that to myself. I guess I just assumed that's what computers were. I assumed that I had a fast computer when I actually seriously didn't. That's just how it is, I guess. Like Unity, for example. Also, do you know what I did today for the first time? Just today, I realized that I actually can use the Unity debugger. Like, oh geez. I can use the Unity debugger, and I haven't been because I thought I couldn't. I thought it was way too slow. It's just my PC was too slow to handle everything that I had going on. And in fact, I was making it worse by running hot reload. So like hot reload was slowing things down. OmniSharp was slowing things down. A debugger on top of all those three things was making it really hard for my old PC. But now it's like, I don't even need hot reload, and it's like really fast. I might turn it on in a bit just to see what that feels like. But yeah, I fixed a couple of bugs today. Particularly though, I fixed a VFX bug, which I'm happy about fixing. So previously, I couldn't spawn like these flames coming off the hedgehog off the back. Previously, they were that I couldn't place those on there very convincingly, but now they work quite well. We've also got some new sound effects. Can you hear? You should be able to hear that. There's a bit of variation in it too, if you can hear that. Just a little bit of a whistle that kind of makes it feel a little different every time. Yeah, they're really good. Elias is he's doing a sick job. All right, so we are here. What is it? 2:13. It's unfortunate that an hour of my day is lost 3 days in a row now to nonsense like this stuff. But setting up my stream, it just took time. But we're in a really good spot now. I think everything is good. Like I can see both chats. I can see everything I need to. I'm happy. New PC is blazing. It's really fast. Everything's really good. I'm very content today. Yeah, there's actually one thing I want to do. I want to get some cables out of the way. I'm going to do it right now. I'll be right back. And look at this. I figured out how to mute this thing. If you tap it, doot, doot. I don't know how many times I have to tap. It works. So one sec, I'll mute myself. Actually, no, I'm going to be moving some stuff, so it's going to be loud if I... Well, let's see how we go. Let's see if I can move some cables over it. Sorry, pals. Okay. We are good. much better. Cable management. Of that. Ooh, that's clean. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take a really quick break. The price tag on the PC. The final price tag, given that I didn't buy a GPU and I didn't buy a PSU, it was 2,500 Australian minus the capture card, so 2,200 Australian for basically the whole thing, which is good. It was a good price. American dollars is much cheaper. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Sorry for the having to get away, but I just want to maybe turn the air on and just get settled in a bit. $5 to $10 US, about $350. Yeah. I want to like really focus today, so I want to push this to like, let's call it 4 o'clock. I'm gonna get like an hour and 45 of like really fast paced work done, and then we'll do some pitch deck stuff for a couple of hours, and that should be good. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we back. I'm excited. I can't believe how clean my desk is. I feel like I'm in like a different environment. Hey, hey, hey. All right. Will Insignia have any type of DRM protection? Look, I mean, that feels like a stretch goal for our programming side of things. I personally am not capable of implementing DRM protection. I think it's important, but I also think it's kind of hard to stop pirates. You know? If people are going to steal it, they're going to steal it. Like, at a certain point, of course, if it's very easy to steal, then yeah, okay. But, so you do a little bit, you do a something, but I'm not like a security expert. It's not like in my bones to be like, how do I stop hackers? You know, I kind of just think if people really like something, they're going to buy it. And if they really like it and they can't afford it, they're going to pirate it. And I would prefer that they play it than not play it. So it's really just, if on some level people who would have paid for it don't because it's so easy to pirate, then okay, different story. But if you've got the money and you like the project, like support it, you know. That's how, I mean, I don't know. It's important, but like, you know, what can I do? It's not an online game. I want people to be able to play it forever. I don't want to have weird DRM rules blocking, you know, people from playing it because some server is down that I'm not maintaining 10 years from now. That feels dumb. Mikanel with the 1500 bits. Day 400,344,569 of begging on my hands and knees for Insignia merch. Yo, are we all in agreement with that? Is merch like, are you like dying for some Insignia merch? We could do it. Many people I know wait for Steam sales. Yeah, like if that's right. If the price isn't right, then maybe. On my hands and knees. You should keep begging because you'll one day it'll happen. Like you're making me do it. It just might take longer than today. Hey Adam, how'd your new computer turn out? Great. It's great. All right, let's do some work, yeah? I'm gonna load up like 3 tasks and I'm gonna smash through them. So this is right. I did this a bit later. And then let's go. So, few tasks here. Do a playthrough to catalog missing sound effects for Elias. That's important, but I can't do it right now. Fix moving platform designation on moving platforms, moving columns. Yeah, all right, let's do that. That should take not that long. That's like I don't know. It's 2:25 now. It's like here. I think I should get that done in not a lot of time. What else we got? Timeline FMOD integration. That's important, but it is doable too. We could pop that out in 20 minutes. What else we got? Complete cutscene mockups for Crucible, iteration 2 on shield Martin behavior. Oh, that is important. Yeah, there's one more thing I want to do here of like add dust to moving column base, and also consider horizontal moving columns. And also, it's getting a bit, this isn't going to get done in this time, but another one would be moving bookcases. Okay. All right. That's a lot of stuff I just crammed into the next hour. So let's see what we can do. Fix moving platform designation on moving columns. Let's go. Am I committed on what I'm doing? Yes. Okay. We have clearance. We're clear for takeoff. There's one thing. One thing I just realized I wanted to fix. Studio mode, webcam showcase, overlay, and then it's this text box. Okay. And then pressing, sorry, one sec, on my Stream Deck, pressing this button, opens up a different file. One sec, pals. Okay. And then that says publish a pitch deck. There it is. So now we're working on, what's this exact task called? Debugging. Okay, now I'm going to put this over here. Now we're good. I can actually have... Where can you download it? You have to join the beta. We're working on it. I built this with one of my stream chatters. I built it first, and he's building another version of it for production. So if you want this, you have to join our Discord. So moving columns. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm feeling a lot of power. I'm feeling a lot of energy at the moment. All right. There is an issue on this guy. Where's Armin? Boop. 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 Oh, we're snapping. Don't want to do that. There we go. Mod flaps. So this moving column here has a column container, and then it's got a moving column tag on it. If I go to the game object, I should be able to grab this and check moving column. Yeah, it's this. That should be pretty straightforward. Untagged. Okay. So then if I press play, I look at the column container. It's untagged. We should be able to run across this no problem. Oh, okay. So actually it's correct. I didn't make it wrong. Oh, it's fine. Cool. Okay. Well, that's done. I don't know why I thought that would be... There was something wrong, but it must have been the way that we set it up, because the container is correctly assigning its tag. Okay, well, hooray. Done. It's now 2:30 exactly. So, timeline FMOD integration. That's a tough one. I don't know if I've done that yet. Hey, Scott Village. I've been working on the project since 2017. Okay. So this is... FMOD timeline integration. All right. So, do I have FMOD timeline stuff? No. Okay. Then timeline, clip behavior. That's what we're talking about. So we've got camera shot. Yeah, okay. Timeline extensions. Create folder FMOD. Track. So we need some functions here. Am I still streaming with the laptop? At the moment, straight from the PC. May I be a beta tester? Yeah, you just got to sign up. Check out the Discord. I mean, if it's just for Insignia, we do internal alpha testing with the community when I've got enough space to do it. So clip behavior, track. Those are the minimums. Now, clip is not great. FMOD timeline clip. Yeah, that'll do. FMOD timeline clip behavior. Please let me type that in. Yep. And then we need an editor folder. My VS Code theme is the material theme extension, and the theme setting is ocean. Editor. FMOD timeline track. Okay. So what I want to be able to do is just drop in FMOD events. We don't really have... Hey, Jason Montgomery, welcome. Great to have you here. Yeah, we don't have like a great brief for how this should work, but I'm imagining we have a couple of options here. We can just play a thing one shot, or we can play it for the duration of the clip. I can't imagine what else we would want to do. So let's go ahead and start setting this up. Now, every time I build one of these, I have to remember how I built it. So let's go over here and start clearing out some space in our editor. So I basically want to go to clip behavior. Let's go maybe navigation clip behavior is probably a good example, or camera clip, camera shot clip. Okay, and then let's close everything that's not this. And then camera shot track and camera shot clip behavior. So this is our template for what we're building. Now I want to get FMOD timeline clip, FMOD timeline track, and FMOD timeline clip behavior. Okay. Yo, thank you to whoever I just didn't see it. Somebody followed River the Lynx. Was that a new follow? Thank you so much. I don't have my stream alerts open right now, but I probably could just check them. Hey, shush you. One sec. Activity? Nope. This. Stream manager. Human as far as I know. Thank you for the follow. Thanks. Okay, so these are not mono behaviors. So the clip is something like this. Yo, Drethek, thank you so much for the follow. FMOD timeline clip. FMOD timeline clip. And this doesn't need one of these. Exposed reference. Now, I think we can make this play globally. I don't think we need to do anything crazy here. It's probably important that we do have there be spatial things, but I'm not sure. It's a good question though. What is the right way to approach this? Because I'm thinking to myself, the context is we just want to play some music, some sound, not music. Well, music might be something that we want to change in a cutscene. Interesting stuff. I suppose we want to be able to play a sound, but when we say play a sound, do we mean from somewhere in the scene or do we mean just globally? If it's somewhere in the scene, then we want to be able to provide an instance as a reference, sitting on a script or something like that, or a FMOD studio event emitter. Honestly, I might have to stop where we're at right now, because I think I need to ask. This feels like a hammer looking for a nail a little bit. I definitely need to build something in the timeline track, but let's start with one base case, which is play a sound effect mapped not physically locally in the scene. We'll just play a sound. That's the most straightforward thing we can do. So I was just looking at this exposed reference and I'm like, oh, what does that need to be? Like, does this need to be an object in this scene that we're using? Not our exposed, the binding type. I don't actually think we need to do this either. I think we don't need anything except maybe like, well, you know what? Let's just leave it off. Okay. And then we don't have a thing called, this is not a camera shot clip behavior. This is an FMOD timeline clip behavior. And doing this way exposes it to the inspector. So it should be fine. I just need to make the behavior have some logic on it that makes sense. So let's copy and paste this and then rename it FMOD timeline clip behavior, which is a playable behavior. It doesn't have these. It's got a FMOD timeline clip called clip. And then none of this is important. Just say blah. Which CPU and GPU combo? My GPU is just a 3050, an NVIDIA GTX 3050. It's an MSI version. But my CPU is a Ryzen 7 7800. It's a brand new, really, really good processor. It's blazing. I think I got that right. I'm not actually like a huge PC nerd in terms of like specs and components, but I know this is like a very good CPU. And I'm feeling it. It's so fast. So, camera shot clip. No. Timeline clip. This is here. Timeline clip behavior. FMOD. Timeline clip behavior. Cool. The 3050, honestly, like I don't do that much crazy gaming or anything, so I don't really need the best graphics card, and because I'm doing game dev, I actually think I almost have the right mix. I feel like you want to build the game with a great PC, but you want to test the game on garbage because that way you know it's actually optimized. I kind of miss that about my old PC. Like I almost want to test my old PC without the graphics card and see how the game runs, you know, or like try to get it as like, yeah, like it needs to run on literally a potato, not literally, but you know, figuratively a potato. All right, timeline track. Let's get that in here. So I don't think this needs a binding, but it needs a FMOD timeline clip. Yeah, that's all it really is. Yeah, maybe a VM. Maybe that's the right way to do it. Recent FMOD versions do support that out of the box. Did I miss something? Oh, you can control FMOD events from your Unity timelines using FMOD event tracks and FMOD event playable. Oh, seriously? Maybe I'm just like wasting my time here then. Let's see. I don't even, do you know, like it crossed my mind to check. It literally crossed my mind and I was like, they wouldn't have built something out of the box, but it looks like they have. So I should probably just check that. So like entry cutscene here, FMOD event track. Oh, I see. And that's just going to play an event, but like, this might not necessarily do what I want it to do. Like, what does this actually do? You know? It plays an event. Where? To what mixer? Oh, wait, no, they already have their own mixers. Because of the way FMOD works. But then the game object. Maybe that's enough. Maybe I don't need to do any more. You know what I might do? I did feel like we were maybe going a little too deep on this. So I'm going to pare it back. I'm just going to stash the work that I've just done and leave it for another day. Doesn't feel like we need to do this right now. So you. Discard changes. Not you. I always press that button. Can I just like stash 8 files? Yeah. And then this is just what I've been working on right now. So we'll come back to this. Let's come back here and say review timeline integration. That's the real task. And then for now, I think I'm going to deprioritize it, which now puts us at 244. I'll actually do a little thing to say what I did. What I did was start building custom FMOD timeline integration. Okay, so it's 244 now. Let's keep going. Iteration 2 on shield Martin behavior to make the room for shield design. I actually think this should be the hedgehog that I work on right now. I'm going to put this, I'm going to pop this back and instead I'm going to work on Hedgehog AI until, I mean, 3:30 feels late. Let's call it 3:15. All right, we got half an hour. Okay, let's go pop. I'm feeling good today. I don't know why I got so much drive. It's probably not a good thing. It's probably not very regular of me, but it feels good. Hey, Lazy Guru. All right. White monster? I don't know what that is. All right, let's come back and review this guy's little, that always happens. Get back here. You go there, you go here. The energy drink. No. It's, this is V. This is an Australian, I think it's Australian. It's typical. It's Red Bull, you know, same thing. I just prefer this to Red Bull. I don't drink coffee, and I only have one of these a day, so I think I'm okay. But I do feel it when I drink too much too quickly. I think it's like a double shot of coffee, like in terms of like equivalent caffeine. All right, Hedgehog, let's go. So I want to like start mapping out the behavior state machine here. There's a couple things. One, that's fine. That's feeling really good. There is a little bit of a weirdness though. When I get really close, the enemy has had in its life cycle a few different abilities, and they don't have actions they don't have animations anymore. Insofar as like what should happen, that's pretty good. It's just that there's a dead zone where the enemy behavior has like nothing it knows how to do. Like it's just like, oh, I guess I'm doing this now. So we're going to find out what that dead zone is, and we're going to fix it by checking out the state tree editor. So state tree editor says that we are currently, I screwed it up, hang on. Yeah, right now it says we're playing footsies. I think we're stuck in an idle pose. This is definitely a distance-based thing. Hair tips when? I wish I could give you hair tips. I mean, I could try. So that's right there. So right now we're stuck in footsies. I think we were also stuck in like a tumble. No, it looked like, I wasn't sure what I was looking at before, but it looked like it was somewhere over here. Like maybe there or there, but that doesn't seem right. Okay. Yeah, right now it's stuck inside of the footsies condition. What size is my main character? 50 pixels tall. 52. Start with good hair genetics. Yeah, unfortunately, good hair genetics is a lot of it. This, like, okay. Right now, my biggest issue is that it goes out quite a lot at the bottom because the curls are a bit thick. So it doesn't have a lot of shape. But if you like the texture, this is like, basically, unfortunately, wash it. Use shampoo and conditioner. Go to sleep with it wet. I shower every day, but I don't wash it every day. So it gets wet every day. I go to sleep and it's kind of like a little damp when I go to sleep. When I wake up, this is what I get. That's it. Usually after a wash, it takes like a day to get this kind of like niceness, because it needs a little bit of the natural oil to sort of like get it settled. Otherwise it's more boofy. So like the day after I wash it, it's usually out here, but by like day 2, day 3, it's like pretty good. And then on usually day 4 or 5, I have to wash it again because I just don't want to, you get a bit, if you sweat or something, the hot water isn't enough to properly wash it. So you have to wash it at least 1.5 times a week, once, twice a week. That's how I do it. And I don't do anything. I don't put oil in it in the day. I don't put spray, or I don't curl it, blow dry it, anything. This is just what it is. Okay. So, it's really just that if you have, we are lazy. Yeah, this is just like if you have naturally curly hair, going to bed with it a little bit wet will have it'll clump together in those curls and it'll make them more vibrant and nice. Okay, so Hedgehog's got some issues here, particularly around getting stuck in a state. Where is this guy? Why are you all the way down here when the enemy list is here? So we are going to do some investigating. Now, because I'm such a stickler for composition, we've got our Hedgehog engage state is where we're watching this stuff. Is that state machine window? It's something that I built. Everything in my game that's not hot reload, if you see it and it looks weird, like this, it's custom. Like I built it myself. This thing, built it myself. You know, this like animation player, I built it. It's not an asset. I don't really download them. And if you haven't seen it before, it's probably not part of Unity. So yeah, like the state tree system, I built that. But it doesn't really make sense. Like this exists, like, how do I put this? If you don't have a state system like mine, then this isn't going to do anything for you. Like this only is possible because my state system is tree-based, which is also custom. So, because otherwise you're in the Unity animation editor, which is like a flow diagram. It's like an undirected graph or a directed graph. Okay, so we're coming in here and we're going to do a walk on footsies. Footsies. So footsies is one of the options we've got here. And I think we're stuck inside of footsies. So when we're here, we're like trying to do state.do. Oops. Over and over again, and nothing's happening to us. And this is like, hey, like if we're facing Armin and we're in the footsies state, if we're in range, let's spike. If we're in range to do the near attack, do that. If we're in range to do the dash attack, do that. But in the meantime, it doesn't really have like a thing that it knows what it's doing. So what I want to do is give it a little like ksh, ksh. Like footsies is kind of like this in Street Fighter. Okay. See this where the characters are like, they're like walking in and out of like range, trying to bait each other into doing something. My enemies in my game do that. So they try to step towards you or away from you, or at least they can step towards or away to try to either put themselves into a range where they can hit you or get into a range where you think you can hit them, but they're not going to advance in, like, they're not going to run at you and you're not going to, they're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen and just playing it a little bit cute. That was the logic behind it anyway. So the problem is that state is not operating correctly right now for our Hedgehog. So let's have a look at it and see what it does. So on do, its logic is to face the target. Now, is this happening? That's it. First question, really, really important. In fact, if we come back to the Hedgehog engage, state.do happens if state is not complete. Otherwise, set footsies. Okay, so maybe what's happening is footsies is saying, we're finished. And we're saying, okay, go back, do more footsies. And we might be stuck in that state. If I force this to be true, that says, that's basically an override to basically say, hey, start as if you were doing something else rather than continue. So that'll reset the condition. And I need that to be true anytime I want to loop from one state into itself. Yeah, so it's doing it now. That's better. See? So it's trying to figure out what it's supposed to, it's trying to like either get inside of its range or get inside of its other range. Kind of, you know, carefully. Now, right now, it's just randomly moving. It's not picking a direction, but maybe I should make it do that. Maybe I should make it walk into its like pick a move that it wants to do and walk into one of those moves and then attack. Hey, Alexandre, I'm not developing the game alone anymore. I used to for like 7 years. And in the last 6 months, I was able to hire a team because I was awarded some grant funding. Your camera zoom in-game. What's your question? Like, how does it work? Did you see it zoom? It does zoom, but what were you looking at? Or do you mean just what the resolution is? What's your question? Because it does zoom. Like if I go over here, it zooms out. Depending on what you're looking at. No, not as the player. No, the player doesn't have control over that. But maybe that would be interesting. If I let you like pull back on the right stick, you could zoom out. Right now, it's really designed to be played as literally just like up, down, left, right, and attack, jump, roll. And then like one more special button. 4 face buttons, 4 move buttons. Oh, that was interesting. Am I using a state machine for the player? Yeah, I am. So the camera zoom, the default zoom amount is 1.8. That's the camera size. Which makes the pixel art resolution 640 by 360, but that changes depending on lots of different conditions. Hey, Void Plane. So like down here, I have a zone where if you walk into that zone, like this one here, this pulls out to 2.7, and this one here pulls in to 1.35. So each of those values are real. There are actual pixel art resolutions. Like this is 480 by 260. This is 960 by 540, I think. And this is 640 by 360. So it pulls between nice pixel art resolutions, depending on where you are in the level. Okay. So the Hedgehog, we were doing some thinking about this. So Footsies has a walk animation. And right now, when we look at our Hedgehog's behavior state, where did we put Footsies? Patrol. Footsies is here. It has a walk here in its combat behaviors, and its walk. Okay. Because I don't have. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I think I wanted to review this. I think what would have been good here is like a combat idle. And then a little dash. Like, I think the Hedgehog should be doing something like this. Rather than just, like if this is the Hedgehog, it should be going with like, it's like, and squeezing in and out as it does. It's like, when it's going to attack you. And then it should like shuffle forward and back. Because right now its walk, the only walk that it has, it's become less ambiguous, but it looks a little more like it's sort of patrolling with this walk. I also don't like how it goes straight into the attack. It just doesn't have a different, what's the word? It doesn't have a state where it can go, oh, you know? It doesn't have a state where it gets shocked, and it doesn't have a state where it can walk forward or back in a way that makes it look like it can do the shuffle. So the size of your camera, 2x, 3x. So you're talking in pixel art scale, 3x. Yeah. Oh, I mean, we can make the Hedgehog do anything. It's really just based on the budget, the animation budget I've got. Like, if I want somebody to do that work, I have to delegate it. And oftentimes, like I'm being quite, what's the word? It's important for me that I'm not over scoping just for the sake of fidelity. And sometimes there are points where you can find something that works with significantly less animation. And then the next viable thing up is like a bunch more work. So it's like, why don't we just stop here rather than adding a bunch of work for ourselves to get to here if that's only a little bit better. I do think though that it's hard because this kind of enemy, like you can kill it in like 3 hits. But I still kind of think I want it to be able to play. And that's quite... Oh, thank you so much, Randall. I think it's important that, you know, if you're a beginner, that the enemy encounters aren't broken for you because you're not engaging so, you know, whatever, aggressively as I would be. So yeah, I think I got to figure out what I want to do here. I mean, maybe we can steal some frames. You know, maybe we could just, I feel like this walk is too high, but if we went from like here to here to here, that's too much. To here to here, here, here. No, it needs a shuffle. But you know what? I think I know what I want here. I think instead of, right now we've got a few states here. We've got, for the Hedgehog, look at this. We've got footsies and we have basic attack, which is the little spike, which we don't have an animation for anymore. And I don't use shoot, that doesn't exist, but charge is our big attack. I think we can merge footsies and the spike attack. I think we can merge them. I think we can make him do a little, maybe like a little spin or a little like jump that spikes out as he does it. And he can use that to move forward or back. Maybe something like that. Where it's just a little bit of a shuffle. The other thing about this is that this footsie's logic, it's built around the idea of a walk. And I don't think that this thing that I'm trying to do with it should be built around the idea of a walk. Because the footsie's behavior right now, it's consistent. It's really built around, let me show you. I'll show you who does footsies really well. This is footsies. Hang on. Or maybe it's not, maybe that's stalk. Yeah, no, this is footsies. See how he has a forward walk and a backward walk? He can play it in reverse. That's what that's designed to do. So it's like he can come in, he can go out, he can stop, and there's no point in that setup. There's no point in that setup that's bad. Like every frame looks good and works well. So we could make the Hedgehog do that, but I think the amount of animation frames to do it is unnecessary. And I don't think it fits the character anyway. So instead, I think it's more like a shuffle state. And do you think you're wasting your time on random things that break your concentration instead of making a game? It's like procrastination. As in answering questions on stream? That's the price of streaming. That's how it is. I could go offline and just work on it by myself, but then I wouldn't be streaming, would I? To answer your question, I have to do the thing that you're worried about. Yeah. Okay. So what do I want to do? Do I have a shuffle state? Nudge state. Oh, I have nudge footsies. Well, that's interesting. Let's think about it. So what does nudge footsies do? Back step, forward step. Oh, that's exactly what I want. Yeah, perfect. Hey, White Death. It's a little complicated. I have a video where I describe this. Behavior trees and state machines are terms that, unfortunately, programming isn't so rigid, right? You can build lots of things that have characteristics of other things. So my game, the way that I build my behaviors is not, it's like neither state machine in a typical sense, nor behavior tree in a typical sense. It's a nested state machine system. That's what it actually is. So Hunden is an FSM. It's a finite state machine that has 4 states. But each of those states are themselves state machines. So this is like a nested FSM tree. That's what I should call it. Behavior trees, I don't believe are that, and state machines typically are not that. But people get pedantic about this stuff, and I don't really want to give it too much. It doesn't really matter what it's called. That's what it is. I'm not lying about it. That's just, that's how it works. People get mad either way. So, yeah, because some of these things, I think a behavior tree technically is more about weights and flow. There are different weights that contribute to behavior, but that's not what this is. And nor is it like goal-based. They are hard states, all of them, each of those nodes. They just happen to operate in a nested fashion. So, back to the hedgehog. Let's give him, we've got a little bit of time. So his combat behaviors, his footsies can now be a nudge footsies. That's what I really wanted. Remove that. Engage is footsies, and that needs to be nudge footsies. And I don't think that there's an issue with that. I think I could just plug that in. Yeah. I actually think this nested state system is actually, I love it. I think it's really, really good. It's very robust. The only thing it's not good at is, oh, no worries. The only thing that this system's not good at is what happens when you have things that break the flow. So like you have a bunch of states, right, that do stuff. This is like if it gets to decide what it wants to do. But if the player comes in and attacks you right here, you go, ow, and now you're in this like hurt state system, right? When you finish this, okay, I'm finished being hurt. I got knocked down. Now I'm getting back up. The idea of what you were doing before and what you should do next, unless you have a memory system, this just wipes and starts back at the beginning again. Like I'll just drop you off here and say, okay, you're a hedgehog. what do you do? It's like, I guess I look around for the player. So the idea that like it's almost like when you hit them without a separate system, which I do have, I call them sensor behaviors. Without sensors that track what they know about the world, you basically memory wipe them when you change their state by attacking them. So that's why I had to build these things called like target awareness and self-awareness. Target awareness goes, hey, was I running around attacking the character? Did I know where the player character was? And when it comes here and says, oh shit, I've just sat up, I just got knocked out. The last thing it does is, or the next thing it does is say, hey, oh, that's right, I was attacking the player character. I need to be attacking now. Face the player character and go back into my attack system. So that's the only weird thing about it. Not weird, but that's the only thing that makes the nested state tree have to be a bit more careful. So, do I have a combat idle? I don't know if I do. Behaviors, patrol. Patrol has an idle, but we want there to be probably a combat idle. Anyway, I'll use the old one for now. And then backstep and forward step. I guess again, for now, we can use idle to do these, but I think this is set up in such a way that it doesn't add velocities. It expects when it plays forward step, it doesn't know what that does. I don't think it does anything to move it. So actually, I need to set some states for the hedgehog that give it a bit of, forward nudge or backwards nudge. Colin Ballard says, if you have a chance before the stream is over, can you explain how your main camera works for the game? Are you using Pixel Perfect component and changing the reference resolution? I'm not using Pixel Perfect. It's all custom. This project is older than Pixel Perfect camera. It's very complicated. Because it's an older system I've built and changed and refactored and made it very good now. And there's two kinds of things we could be talking about: the camera behavior versus the camera stack. The stack is the graphics stuff, how the camera looks at the screen and figures out what it should render as, versus how the camera moves through the level. Those are completely separate systems. All right. So min range is 1, 1. This, I expect to be able to see some gizmos. Oh, there is gizmos. There it is. Okay, range size. It's kind of like this with a bit of tolerance. That feels about right. Reza Radian from Indonesia. That's crazy. I don't know. I've never considered that I looked Indonesian. Okay. Is it just long hair and glasses? All right, so we need a couple of frames here, I think. I'm going to see if I can grab something. Like this frame, for example. This looks like it could be used for a backstep. Let's try. No, my keyboard shortcuts, all my AceBrite stuff, because I got a new computer. What is D? Oh, that sucks. All right, let's try this. This is called shading. And then simple ink. That's D. Yeah, cool. I think that's all I need to do. No. That's not right. Oh, half Persian. Well, that makes sense. Let's have a look. You think I look like this guy? Maybe. What do you think, pals? Maybe. Oh, that's very kind. All right. So, what are we going to do here? We're going to... D definitely is... for scaling. Keyboard shortcuts. Simple ink. Maybe I just have to get Ace Brush started. Yeah, I guess that's fine. What the heck? Why did it stop? That might be a Wacom thing. The driver. Hey, Caribbean Dominoes, thanks for the bits. Self-insert. Okay. Oh, you were so terrible. That's cool. Make my game out of blocks. All right, so I need that's a back step and that's fine. Maybe the front step would be something like, he's like shoving his shoulder into you. I'm not sure. I might have to just draw this from scratch. Let's just have a quick look. It kind of reminds me of this frame, this overshoot. Maybe we just use this frame. I mean, just for now, just to test it. You could just maybe play with this a little bit so it's more like... And I might actually, I might make this called Battle Idol or something. And then this, I mean, we could just do this. I'm just trying to cheapo this one out. Just so I don't have to do too much work on it to get it in the game. And then we can work on making it look better later. We'll do subpixels on it. That's fine for now. Yeah, you really just have to do something and put it in the game. Otherwise, you don't know what you're doing, you know? And now this feels a little too... We could use even the pop-up. Nah. It's probably not the best animation because it kind of looks a little bit like he doesn't know why he's doing it. We almost could just take this frame and paste it here and then just put the majority of his body mass on the other side. So like... I'm not really... I feel like maybe I'm not in the mood to put the effort into this right now. I'm kind of in like dev mode. But I just need this to look spiky. If I'm going to fix my Wacom tablet, so the problem is right now, I can't use my tablet because I just installed the driver today and I need to reset the PC to make it work. So I'm using my hand over the mouse, which is not my preferred way to do pixel art. So I'm feeling a little bit like it's a waste of my time to do it this way, but it's okay. We're okay. Might just rearrange his proportions just a little bit. Honestly, that's fine. Let's pump this out now. Oh, I don't have that. Oh, my scripts. Oh, my scripts. One sec. I'm going to go find them. Tags to layers. Tags to sheets.lua. Why is it GitHub? It is tagged to sheets. And, oh yeah, there it is. Okay, I got you. Open path. I have my old Windows install as a storage drive on this PC. So the point of that is that I can just copy stuff over as I need it rather than copying the whole thing. I didn't want to clone it, no, because I wanted to, it's got Windows 10 on it. I wanted Windows 11 and it's bloated. So I'm forcing myself to only bring stuff over as I need it. Oh, cool. Okay, I got it. I just need to rescan. And then I should be able to go export scripts, tags to sheets, which is Control T, Control Shift T, I think is what I had it as. I wonder what this does. What does Control T normally do? Control Shift T doesn't do anything, so let's use that. Edit, keyboard shortcuts. Oh, that's to reopen a closed file. Control T then. That's cool. Yes. Yes. What platforms am I considering for Insignia? Probably, well, definitely Switch, definitely Steam. Potentially Android, iOS, hypothetically, but also any consoles that are convenient for us to put it on. It's really supposed to be a console game. So, Hedgehog, slide forward. Okay, so these are multis, and if we go to the sprite editor, we should be able to do slice by cell count 1 by 1 with the padding at custom at 0.5.4. I believe that's right. If I go to some of these other ones, it's 0.5.4 there, but what about like, yeah, I did 0.35 for these others. I really don't know why I chose to do that. It's not good. I think they should all be 0.4, 0.5. Because that's a round number of pixels. It's not perfect. Oops. It's not perfect in terms of like placing, like having him be placed exactly over his center of mass, but I do think that it's better. There would be a better way to do this. If I was using the ASprite importer, this would be a lot easier. But there are too many things that I need for it to be able to do that the ASprite importer doesn't let you do, that make it a little not worth it. Particularly the fact that it re-instances things too often. My fear would be that like I would lose. Wait, what's going on here? Oh yeah, that is the idle I wanted. There's too much stuff that needs to be referenced and for its references to not change. And the ASprite importer, I fear, would just re-reference things every time you import it, which would break a lot of how a retrobox works. Hey, Fusion Dub. You want to do everything yourself for Pirate Software's Game Jam. That's cool. This is Unity. That's right, Shaheen. How can you learn? You gotta look up tutorials. You gotta go through courses. It's possible. It's not too hard to do. Okay. So we wanted to add a few animations here. I think we're all good now with like combat. Slide forward, slide backwards, combat idle. Yeah, okay. Let's go set those up. Thank you, Gorman. So Sub-Zero Black, I don't think it's a major issue for me because my game is very Smash Brothers-y. It makes the most sense for me. I mean, I've seen people put it at the hips. I put it at the chest. I've seen lots of developers put it on the feet. I think center of mass at the feet makes a lot of sense too. As long as you're consistent, it doesn't really matter where you put the pivot. But for me, center of mass is my go-to. As long as it's somewhere that I can reference on a character. But I do a lot of weird like root motion stuff where I move the sprite around over the transform. Okay, and then this is a tool that I built, White Death. So that's why you've never seen it before. All right, so this we can actually do quite simply. We just want to give him a velocity here. So I'm going to go vel x with the velocity. I'm going to push him like, I don't know, -4 backwards. And then for this one, we're going to do the same thing. Just velocity vel x 4. That's just going to give him a little push. Now, because I've already set up this behavior, I've already written the code for how this stuff works once. I just need to populate this stuff. So I need 3 animation states. I need an idle state, which we're going to put Hedgehog combat idle in there. And then we're going to do an animation state, which really should be like a basic attack, but in this case, it's no big deal. And then another one here. This is back step. This is front step. And then it's hedgehog back. And then this one is hedgehog forward. Yeah, cool. Frame rates are going to be 10 FPS. We probably should sit on these for a while. 10 maybe is a bit fast. Maybe more like 5 for these just for now because they're prototypes. And then that will probably work now. Let's give it a go. What the heck? Hang on. Scene graph's playing up on me. Mugen. I have not used it, no. Okay, let's come back for a sec. We had some issues. Where's our hedgehog? So that is the, like this sprite, which is hedgehog idle 0, is at the 0.4 position. So when I look at this, I think we need to move the body box a little bit further down. More like Well, that's about right there, actually. Negative 15 is good. No, he's too low. Maybe like... Wait, what? What did I just do? That's much better. Now he's on the ground. So when we look at him... But he's not doing his idle. His little aggressive idle. Let's go check that. Frame rate 10 on combat idle. It's there. So is the nudge footsie's not doing it? It is. Ooh, hang on. What's going on here? Sprite has been destroyed. You're still trying to access it. Which animation are we talking about? Huh. For the overshoot? Oh. Yeah, what the heck? We must have... Did we break this? That looks good to me. How did I lose those? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still want to see that idle. Why is it not animating? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's an old one, Saeed. That's a really old sprite from like 2018. I just haven't replaced it yet on this character. It's not an accident. It's just outdated. So Hedgehog idle 0. And then... Oh, do you know what? I think it might be setting play every single frame. Yeah, this here. That's if state is complete. If state is not complete, state.do. Step. I wonder when... I wonder why this doesn't work. Let's try to do this and see what happens. Still no. Wait, it is animating. Are you seeing this? Frame rate 10. 1, 0, 1, 0. Why? I can check the state tree and see what's happening. Okay. Maybe I should give the idle a duration. I can do that. On the combat behavior. Let's make it like 1 second. Surely this will work. Still nothing. It's just not animating at all. And combat idle? Wait, maybe it's not actually doing that at all. Maybe it's got the old... Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Is it this? Ah, there we go. It was using the wrong idle. It was using its other idle. Hello? Yeah, that's better. You can't see that. Hang on. Cool. Okay. So I'm going to take away the spike. For now. Okay. It's both so terrible, coded and animated. There's two separate halves to it. So this charge attack, it will need to have a range. The min range is 1.3. I'm going to make this like 0.7 actually. I think that's better. That's too close. Let's come back. Make it a bit longer. 1.2, maybe? That seemed okay. Now, I think every so often, if footsies is complete, or like just after like a random timeout of footsies, it should just do something. So let's go look at footsies. Noisy range. Out of range, lost target, inside range. Is in noisy range. I could add a state time to this. So on engage, if we are complete, we could say this interrupts. So this is like interrupts footsies Armin walks into range. Probably don't need this, to be honest. I think actually this, let's make it a bit clearer. Footsies gets to determine when it's finished. If its state is complete, we need to ask face Armin, do footsies. This is what happens if we're not choosing to attack. So now it's a different question. Another question is, if we were doing footsies, then do our dash. A better way to do this would be footsies finished. Okay, let's do this. Bool should charge equals dash dot is in range, or random dot range, the random dot value is less than 0.25. So a quarter of the time. I don't always do this. It's not my favorite thing to do, but basically a quarter of the time, you should just do it. Maybe we should instead do a timer, like how many times we've done this. Let's do it that way. Oh, that's very nice, Saeed. So on enter, we could put this down here. It's a bit clearer. So every time we finish our state, we ask what we should do. Let's try that. Godot is capable, yes. Hey, Gorman. Yeah, I had been up until July last year. Yes. Currently, I've got a team. What's going on? Hang on. Oops. Do I have Persian blood? No, I don't. Middle Eastern, but not Persian. Okay, so with footsies, Yeah, that's no good. You should break out of there. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I see. What is this? Enums. It's become a string now. I don't know why I had enums in the past. Exactly, so terrible. Yo, chat on Twitch. Have I lost you? Just making sure it's been feels like it's been a while since we got a message. It's fine if not. I'm a bit paranoid about it. Not lost. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Eyes. Hang on. That's no good at all. What's going on here? Is in max range. If target is an LOS and distance is less than max range. If we're not in max range, then complete. I think this should be the case like anytime. Let's pop this here. Oh, maybe... Hang on a second. That's good. That's what I want. The only thing is, this charge on Hedgehog Engage right now, it does the ++ and then it checks. So this should happen here after the check. That way we get what we want. I would love to combine YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Hang on a second. There might be a better way to do this as well. This only happens if state is complete, but we should actually ask this question a little bit earlier as well. So if dash is in range, whoops, set dash else. You could do footsies then. We could have used a ternary to make that a bit faster, but that's all good. Same diff. All right. There we go. That's much better. Oh, thank you very much, Eyes. Voice gets an octave deeper. Hey, everyone. Yeah, I know the mic is better. I can tell. Cool. Cool. Okay. Hey, Anthony Drakeford, welcome. The upward strike looks very satisfying. It feels pretty good too. All right, I was way over time on that task, but I think that's okay. We got a lot done. Hedgehog AI being done. I do still want to do some of this stuff. There's no way that's getting done. This is 404. We are now here. Add dusk to moving columns. Horizontal, they're not getting done today. Very ambitious. But we could get this done right now, I think. So add dust, pardon me, to moving column base. So what we got to do is first do a commit. Boom, boom. Updates footsies nudge and makes Hedgehog and gives Hedgehog the nudge version. Okay. So, sorry about that. I hit something. (2D) platformer level design. Think about what you want the player to learn in that level and what you want them to demonstrate by the end of it, and let that guide your level design. Start with a bunch of puzzle pieces and build the levels out of those puzzle pieces. It'll be faster that way. If your game has abilities that let you move, figure out what those little scenarios are and then build it based on that. Thanks, Sailor O'Malley. I was solo, now I have contractors for sound effects, music, and to help with animation as well. Of course, I have done most of the animation. Thanks, Red Oxfox. All right, so we want to add sound effects to our columns. I mean, not sound effects, dust. This is relatively easy to do. I wonder where I should have it spawn from. I think the bottom is the right place, but yeah. Okay, let's start with that. So Crucible moving wall. This is actually pretty straightforward, this script. So animating. We could just say spawn dust. I'm going to do this every frame. I probably don't have to, but. So this is the pseudocode. We are going to run along the bottom of the bottom edge of the column. Spawn dust every X amount of space. We can iterate. That's another way. Version control. It's Git through Fork, the Fork app. Thank you, Mokalax. Mokulax. We got a pretty big turnout today. Good stuff. A lot of people watching. So, run along the bottom edge of the column, spawn dust every X amount of space. So what that looks like is literally, see this rectangle, this green line? We're running along that green line. Now, because we can draw the green line, it means we've got the green line. So when I draw the gizmo green, it's start, end. It's this. Rec X max minus rec X Y min. Okay. Pos plus start, pos plus end. And pos is rec. Okay, let me grab this. Dust. We don't need to draw the rectangle. We don't need to draw a color. We just need to start and the end. And a nice way to do this would be to say, that way we don't need to do this. Okay. So we can kind of, how do you wish list? Not yet, very close. Like, give it a month, there'll be a Steam page. Less than a month. We're really close. This is like the kind of response I'm getting on stream right now from people who are just seeing the game for the first time is the exact response that I need before I'm comfortable setting up a Steam page. We're also working on a trailer and a demo that'll be done at the end of February. So like, there's like there's a lot of announcement and excitement coming. And at that point, I'll ask for your wish lists. What's really important to me is wish list velocity. When I take this game to a publisher for the next round of funding, I want to be able to say, look at how many people are wish listing now. Look at how much excitement there is about this game. So I'm just holding a little bit longer. The game hasn't been this impressive its entire dev cycle, right? If I had made the game available on Steam to wishlist 6 years ago, we might have had a lot of wish lists by now, but we wouldn't know how many people were actively excited about the game. There wouldn't be any real momentum behind it. So velocity is really important, because that's telling whoever's watching that things are happening now for the game, not just that there were people interested over its life cycle. The game has been a project for 8 years, but it's only been a product really starting kind of now. It's only Insignia as like a thing with like a brand that you can get excited about. And especially once it's got a release date, then we can talk about marketing campaigns, promotion and stuff like that. But I think I have to trust myself on this. And prior to being able to pitch this game to a grant agency or a publisher or to you via Kickstarter or Steam, before I was comfortable doing that, the reason why I wasn't comfortable was because the game didn't have a strong enough identity yet. It wasn't clear. Now it's clear. Now the game's starting to come together really, really nicely. And I'm starting to feel like if I promote it to you, what I'm promoting isn't going to change between now and release date. You know, it's like, this is the game. It's not just a thing that I'm making that could be something different next month. It's a thing I've been making that's headed towards a release. So that's the key difference between whether you're ready to promote the game or not, is like, do you know exactly what you're making? Can you actually scope out a deadline? And are you confident that it's not going to change between now and then? We're going to work on a pitch deck in a second, so you'll see more of that. All right, Dust. I have a thing called Dust Manager. Dust Particle Manager dot burst. Makes this really easy. So I kind of want to do a for loop. We'll call this like int I iterations equals vector2 dot distance from start to end divided by, let's call it 0.16 f. So every 16 pixels, we're going to spawn a thing. And we're going to cast this as an int. That's going to tell us how many times we need to do this. We can say int I equals 0, I is less than iterations. Whoop, I is less than iterations, I plus plus. And then we're going to say the position is vector2 dot lerp from start to end along I out of iterations. Isn't that fun? And how many? Let's get 10. Velocity, that can be actually just vector 2.0. We don't need a velocity. And let's get 10 particles. That is really well written. I'm very proud of that. Let's see if it works. Hey, Colin Ballard, I think I agree with you. 7 to 12K seems about reasonable. Well, that's not right. What the heck happened here? Oh, have I still got a gizmo thing happening? Oh, don't need that. We caused an error to run. We'll try this again. I think it will run okay now. We just threw a function in there that shouldn't have been there. All the dust in the bottom corner. What the heck? Okay, well, we got the start right. The end, that seems to make sense to me. Start, end, I over iterations. Maybe this is floating point. Maybe, I mean, is an integer, but we need to make it a float to make it be more gradual. So terrible. Do you know if I'm not going to say that. Don't worry about it. Hey, there we go. Okay, it happened. Stuff was happening. It wasn't really as nice as I would have liked. I was thinking like, I don't know what I was thinking, but I wasn't thinking that. Maybe it's too, maybe the dust particle system is too, what's the word? Too small? Like maybe 10 is, maybe it should be like fewer of these more frequently, like 0.08. Also, maybe it should be like at the tops falling down or something like that. It's really annoying that it won't, it kind of gives up at a certain point. Do you notice that? It's like, I don't really need to see this. Oh, because this is transform position. Is that moving? That must be moving. Ah, interesting. Wait, but that's not right. That can't be right. Well, I mean, maybe there's just, maybe it's overloading the pool. That could also be happening. If this is happening every frame. Oh, you want to do it frame dependent. But fixed time frame dependent is okay. Oh, that's better. Okay. We got something, but I think the particle manager's not quite right yet. We might just have to do a different particle system altogether. That's a little bit more, I don't know, chunky or dusty or smoky, something like that. We can also give these a velocity. I was going to do that already. It doesn't really know how fast it should be moving. So for now, we can just say vector2.down. That's -1 on the y-axis with nothing on the x-axis. I should also give them a bit of noise too. But yeah, something's there, but it just might be that this dust system is too it's just not suitable for what this is. Well, yeah, of course, because I'm trying to, you know. Well, even so, like from a prototyping perspective, it's good to use a system that's reusable because you end up finding out other requirements you don't have. You know, like I wouldn't have known that I wanted it to be that way until I tried it at least once. Yeah, I really think I should put it at the tops of them as they drop, rather than at the bottoms, which is much harder and also requires us to not use this system. It would be at the points, maybe at the points between the columns. Oh, if you shift and then press the up arrow while you're holding shift, then you can press Alt and go up and down with your selection. It shifts the whole selection up or down. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'll keep this here, but I'll keep it as a not implemented thing. All right. What's your least favorite discipline? I think being a streamer has changed that answer. I think it became music. I love music, but doing it on stream would give me too much anxiety. So probably that. I like pretty much everything. Maybe like... sound effects design is probably my least favorite. I mean, the thing is, I really find that I enjoy the things that I get to spend time on. So it's really more that a lot of those things have been sort of closer to an afterthought for me. And because they're an afterthought, I never give myself the time to get good at them and to appreciate them the way that they deserve. So my least favorite thing to do is to throw myself into a task that I'm not qualified to do and then expect more than I'm able to produce. That's what's not fun. Everything else is, you know, I don't know, it's easy to enjoy and appreciate lots of different things. I like writing, I like animation, I like programming. Refactoring is even fun. Lots of things are fun. Hey, hello world. Not yet. Still working on it right now. You clicked on the thumbnail that said development. All right. So, what else? We're going to do... I did add the dust, but I'm going to review this. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to say review. What? I don't know how I just got this ruler here. Shift R, okay. What the heck? Review dust columns. Column dust. This is kind of like actually not even an urgent thing. It's just like a try and get to it task that just sits at the bottom of development for now. Even this is like a kind of an unvalidated thing that is actually low priority. So it's now 4:25. I'm going to take a break and then we'll do pitch deck stuff. Hey, Mr. Mard. Today I'm pretty locked in. Maybe tomorrow? Is that possible? Do you know what? Like, the thing is, with anything, it feels bad to be out of your depth. But the problem is, when you're a junior dev, when you're just starting this stuff out, you're learning, you don't know how to you don't know what too much looks like. You know, you don't know what is achievable and what's not achievable because you don't know anything yet. So it's like, unless you're an extremely conservative person, you probably will aim too high just because of how it, like, you know, you're passionate, you want to do a lot of cool stuff. There's a game you've played that you like, and you just want to make a game like that. You know, the survivorship bias of the games that you enjoy playing being the ones that inspire you means that your first thing that you're aiming for is something that's at the top 0.1% of games being made. So it's likely that you're going to have a bad time because you're going to aim too high and feel bad about not being able to do all the things that you need to do to get your game at a standard that other people enjoy. That hurts. That feels bad. But if you can get past that and just enjoy the process, then, especially if you're engaging in the act of game development in its most pure. So there's actually there's wanting to make games, and then there is making games. And if you're making games and you're trying to finish them, like making projects that you don't abandon, there's a really critical step there that's going to change you as a developer, and it's playtesting. If you can get to the point where you're putting the things that you make in front of other people, now you'll be guided by what it takes to make something finished and polished and worth other people's time. And that's going to push you into learning the skills and picking the projects that's actually going to be, you know, if what you want is a career, you have to be engaging in that, particularly because those constraints, other people's expectations, they're quite unhealthy to have on your worth as a person. But if you're trying to make something in a capitalist society, like, having your stuff be valued highly by other people is the whole point. So like making a game that's made in a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable amount of money that's worth other people's time and money to play, that's the job of being a game developer. Thanks for the 100 bits, Flixlol. But there is, when I say this as somebody who wants to make games for a living. I want to stress, it's so completely valid. If you want to do games as a hobby for the rest of your life because you've got a solid job, you don't want to like pursue it as a career thing, then don't disregard all that, because at that point, games are your art form and they're just something that you do for you. It's like a therapy thing that you do to blow off steam or to explore your creativity. That doesn't have to be evaluated by other people. You don't have to make games for other people if you're not trying to make a career out of it. But if you are, you gotta play by the rules of the market. It's so important to understand what it is you're trying to do, what your goals are, what does success look like to you. That's the most important thing, because that's gonna drive you to learn the things and build the things the way that you need to get to your goals. All right, I'm taking a break. I'll see you in a little bit. Yo, yo. We back. Chat, where's the music? Oh, we're at the end of a track. Hey. Hell yeah, brother. All right. Pitch deck time. Let's do it. This is my old pitch deck. I was quite happy with the second one that I did, but I don't know where it ended up. So, doesn't really matter. We've got our second doc anyway over here that we're working on. Which is coming along really well. I'm really into what's going on with this stuff. I like the blur, I like the imagery. I want to maybe even do like more background, like biomes to like make up the different sections of the pitch deck. I'd like to also section these out. So let's sort of get on that, shall we? So these are my templates. That's my title page. Okay. So strategically introducing the team. The team. Introducing the game. Introducing. So actually, we just take away introducing and say the team, the game, the strategy, the ask. That's literally it. That's what a pitch deck is and probably should be. The team, the game, the strategy, the ask. So, you know, we, to put it in Rami Ismail's words, saw an opportunity to make this game, which sits in this area of the space and of the industry, like of the genre space and the market. With these projections, we expect it to be here, and there is something about like the project, which like the ask here kind of is about, you know, first you have to say where we've gotten to on our own and then what we're asking from you. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good mock-up. What do we got? Hey, here we go. Title, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 to 15 slides is probably about right. 10 to 15. Let me just confirm that with my, where is it? Strategy doc, funding strategy. Yeah, so the Vlambeer pitch setup. I'm most interested in thinking about this stuff. So comparative analysis is good. Timeline and budget. I mean, we could split them over two. That's totally fine by me. I'm happy to do that. Let's get rid of this for now and this for now. Keep the rest. Put this here, put this here. So I think there is a question about like who it's for that's really important in the strategy aspect of it, that maybe Rami doesn't really. I mean, it's kind of genre tags. Oh, that's the end there for him. So if we step back maybe to the competitive analysis, the proof, the what, strengths, what and why. Oh, he really doesn't mention audience in this at all. I think it's really important, or at least important enough to mention. I'd like to have a nod to it. Because I think describing the kind of success, hey, Krezcat, thank you so much for the follow. I think describing the kind of success is really important to justify your expectations there. Pitch deck. Yeah, so I'm going to write some stuff down here. Hey, Neat Games. That's Neat Games. How's it going? Yeah, I think that Sorry, I'm just laughing because I think I was introduced to your channel through Evan. I think Evan was razzing you a little bit last time I popped into his stream, or a few months ago now. And since then, I think I subscribed to your channel, and it just seeing your profile picture and your name reminds me of how I was introduced to you. It's a really, really, really good question, actually. I have been personally going back and forth in my mind, making the arguments both ways as to whether or not I should market Insignia as a Metroidvania because of the potential risk in marketing the game as something that it's not. So even though the closest thing that it could be likened to is a Metroidvania, the things that people like about Metroidvanias are not its foundation. So because it's not that, they may not be as open to enjoying what it does do nicely, what it is about. So I think you have to be so careful, which is why I say action adventure. I don't say Metroidvania for that reason. So, I would say like Metroidvania fans might be interested, but I wouldn't say it's a Metroidvania and that's why they would be. It's more just that it has certain genre values they might enjoy. But yeah, I'd be careful about that. Hey, Mikanil. Let's have a look at your work. Where are we looking, buddy? This? Hang on a second. This? It's beautiful. It's fantastic. It reminds me of what's that game on itch.io? The maths guy? You know the one, the creepy game where he's chasing you around the levels. It's beautiful. I love the detail in the face. I think it's fantastic. The shading, excellent. Proportions, astounding. Good stuff. Okay, and that's enough of that. Yeah, so I think you got to be really careful with marketing. You have to be so careful. You cannot just say, hey, everyone will love my game, and then say that your game is for them, because you don't know that. So what I would say is age. I think we're looking to connect with it's really 12 plus. Is it Montserrat? Does that go extra? Yeah, that'll do. Perfect. Okay, so I think 12 and up is fine. I think demo, it's kind of hard to block things in like this. Hey, Lazy Guru. Oh, thank you so much. No, I appreciate it. I'm probably not going to get... were there other redemptions that I missed? What did I miss? Or are you just saying you've paused them in general? Just out of foresight. Oh, unless I unpause them first. Okay, good. I don't want to write this so categorically. I just want to say like the game will appeal to, and then render some pictures here. Thanks, Lazy. I appreciate it. Like, love it. Stories. I think it's even broader than that. I think it just should say looking to appeal to a wider audience. And develop a cult following around the junction between genre. So I think there's something here about yeah, I think this is always going to be a challenge. Hey, Poggy, how's it going? Yeah, I think this is going to be a challenge, particularly because marketing is about sending a clear signal. And the more things your game does, the harder it is to package them into one signal. I think I know Neva. I know the one. It's very like story centric, very cinematic, flat art style. It's the wolf and the girl, I think. Yeah. Even that, I would be careful. Like there's this thing here where, you know, the game's values. I've done a good job here actually of outlining these things. So the graph helps. It's called Red Platformer because of Mario. Cave Story and Momodora are so close to what this is. Eastward is not a platformer at all. Celeste is a platformer. Platformer RPGs? I'm not sure what... Are there any platformer RPGs? Like Mario Paper Mario might be a platformer RPG. Is Shantae one? It's more just action adventure, right? Hollow Knight. So RPG specifically would be something like a pixel art platformer RPG. I'm imagining would be something like Celeste. If Celeste had stats that you put points into, or like specific, like a lot more cutscenes. Gestalt. I don't know if that's an RPG or a Metroidvania. The difference is it's about progression in the games. I think there's a lot of overlap. I think Metroidvania kind of it's more like this almost a lot of the ways. Yeah. So like the reason why Metroidvania overlaps so much with RPG is because typically in a Metroidvania, well, a Souls-like is kind of what this is. It's just that I've got platformer here. So if this said action, now it's kind of different. The problem is platformer and Metroidvania, even they have a lot of overlap. It's not great. Exploration. Story. Action. That's a bit clearer now. And we can say that genres fall into these different focus points. But it's really, I think this is the better way to do this. And actually, games can have all of these things, but the way that we've flattened this out means that we have to make them only do, if they do all three, they're in the middle. So a game with a lot of story and a lot of action. Now Celeste kind of goes up here. I don't know how much exploration is in these games. Momodora is now that lives right in the middle. And Cave Story. A lot of these games now sit right here. Well, Wezik, I think that there is a very clear distinction between genres. Like Metroidvania fans, what a lot of these genres are, like particularly with, and the word genre it's problematic because it means different. It has different definitions. So genre in like music and film, even that isn't one thing, but a lot of the time it just refers to like themes. Not, you don't watch a horror movie in a totally different way than you watch a romance. You sit down and you consume it the same way, but the way that you consume game genres is kind of different. Like a multiplayer game, like a battle arena, like a what are they called? Battle Royale is like a social experience that's short. It's like comparing, stand-up comedy to a film. Whereas like game genres are more like that in terms of how different they are. So I would say when we talk about like Metroidvania, which is very similar to Souls-like and roguelike, if you are a fan of these, like if you are a fan of Metroidvanias, there's something, it's different, right? There's something like specific about what you like that has to do with like the specific games that these genres come from. I'm trying to just change the zoom level. Hang on a second, because this is a new install. Canvas, background, frame size. There's like a max. I know there's a max zoom setting. Over here. Min options. Max zoom out. That far, please. There we go. Yeah. There's something about this where like if you're a fan of a Metroidvania and a game doesn't have ability-based progression, you get angry. You know, you go, hang on a second, where is my gated progress based around my exploration? You know, why? That's not a Metroidvania. It's very like, you're only really going to play a game if it's going to do that. Same with like the Souls-like or roguelike. If your roguelike doesn't have randomization between deaths, it's like, what? This isn't a roguelike. This isn't what I'm here for. So when we come to this stuff, it's important. I think I should be clear about this. What players care about, and it's a bit awkward. I think that there are two ways to think about this stuff. There is sorry, it's hard. There's this foggy kind of terrain of, we could think about this as like parametric space where games exist or could exist. Okay? And each of these zones in this terrain, I think, they represent player values. Player values. So you might like exploration in your games. You like the feeling of going out into a space you've never been before. You're kind of like, you like the unknown, the being alone in those spaces and dealing with a hostile environment and becoming more familiar with that environment. Metroidvania and Souls-like both inhabit that space. They all live over here in exploration land. And they exist, those genres exist and have their little flag on the mountains because those games are such good representations of how to do exploration. They're such viable expressions that people go, do you know what? I'm happy to call this my thing. You know, I like to play games that do this so well because this mountain is so big. I'm just happy to sit here and play Metroidvanias or whatever, you know, and I'm going to nerd out about it because I know I'm going to get what I want here. There's probably a bunch of stuff in exploration world that isn't fun, that's way down in the lowlands of this space, where the genre mixes just don't work or the mechanics aren't really right. So this like very hot part of the map, this high point, it's there for a reason. It doesn't describe the whole space, but it describes a very effective strategy to build a game within that space. So for me, when I'm trying to draw a diagram about what Insignia is and what it isn't, what I really want to talk about is player values. But what I think people like to do is talk about genres in terms of games. People say Souls-like because they like Dark Souls so much. They want to talk about games as they relate to Dark Souls, since it's such a strong influence. And yeah, mechanically, having that familiarity is good. It's a viable way to market something because it probably means that familiarity is going to be a whistle for people. You know, it's like, hey, my game has that thing you like from your game, and you go, oh, really? It's a Souls-like? I'll jump in. Without that, if you just talk in more vague terms like exploration, then it's like, well, that could mean anything. You know, we don't talk in those kinds of terms. But I think that those terms are the correct terms to define why the game will be successful. Or at least what its values are. Like Insignia as a game is built around these three pillars and is most like the other games that are also built around these three pillars. So it's kind of hard because I'm talking about, you know, games I like versus and like what Insignia is like versus who it's for. I suppose that's the hard part here. Maybe it's just easier to talk about it by virtue of reference. What I could do is take this, pick out that blue, call this RPG. Call this like platformer, and do like a couple of different examples here of different genres. Like maybe roguelike could be like between the two, you know? And then I could bold action adventure. You know, this is kind of like Metroidvania and Souls-like both lived here. And then you could kind of put Momodora around here and put Cave Story kind of more up here maybe. This one's a little more green. This one's a little more red. Maybe you give them all outlines. You know, you make them look visually different. Well, it's not as straightforward as that. I mean, like, yeah, like Celeste, you know, and the proximity is the thing here. The only problem is it's a flat space. So a game that has lots of action and lots of RPG, but not exploration, it would live here. But that's not infinitely far away from the center of the green. So yeah, maybe it's not useful to flatten it down like this. Maybe we do sort of think about it. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, this is the challenge of visualization as an exercise, you know. You want to communicate effectively, but you're trying to compress multi-parametric space into two axes, X, Y. So this would be like walking simulators over here, exploration and story. This would be like, you know, dating sim or like, and I guess like Undertale would live over here. This is like somewhere in this space. or like visual novel is probably the better way to call that. Beat 'em up would be over here. So games like Shantae would be kind of like here. It's not true. It's about the overlap. That's all. It's about, I think I see action adventure as the intersection of this, this, and this. And these are the games that are most like mine. With Iconoclasts probably on this side, Alboy on that side. So it's not that they're better, it's just that they're closer to what I'm making in the middle for the reasons in the direction that you can see. Does that make sense? Can you guys clock this? Does that work? A quadrant diagram? What would be in the other quadrant? Yeah, we could fill the circles. I'm still kind of just figuring out how I want to describe this. It's not... I'm not going to show it looking like this. This is really rough. I'll make it look sexy later. Ooh, that's cool. Look, it did the thing for me. The additive stuff. Because of the blending. So like the center actually is white because of the three colors. How about story-driven action-adventure platformer? Huh? Well, it's not necessarily that there is even... Like, in my game, yes. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is an action-adventure game. That's why I would put it here. Like, Zelda... Like, literally, Zelda lives here. These games are closest to Zelda. These are just things your game can have in it that people might like. That's really all this is. Or at least it's a sample of the 3 things in my game that I hope people like, that the game is built around. And yeah, I also think when your game has multiple things, you want those things to be, they need to motivate each other. So yeah, this is the case. In an action adventure, you definitely do want, action to push story, to push exploration. To push action. You want these things to be in constant kind of ebb and flow with each other. And vice versa. You can go back the other way if you want. They should relate to each other in a way that has the player like kind of cascading in their interest. So a game like, a Souls-like, it's got some story, but it's not really trying to be an RPG, like a pure RPG, like a JRPG. A classic JRPG is not action driven, and it's not really even exploration driven. It's kind of linear. Maybe like a Chrono Trigger is a little bit more like games with like a big overworld map that even classic Final Fantasy, you're not making progress in that game by like poking the edges of the map. You're kind of just like looking for the next story beat, and then you go and do that. Whereas like a Souls, like you are prodding, you're always looking for the story. And there's not that much, but like you're looking for where the game is. The exploration drives the action. These things bounce back and forth. A visual novel, the exploration is there, but it's not spatial. You're exploring dialogue space. It's a different kind of exploration, but you're choosing different options and you're trying to prod your way through. It's very similar to Metroidvania, it just doesn't have the action element. These are just ways that you progress. So, anyway, I would say Insignia probably has... It's probably a little off in this direction. Maybe Zelda's got a little more exploration than Insignia. It's so close to Iconoclasts. And Cave Story. It's really in this bucket. Visual novel, I'm probably confusing people by putting this here. What do you call like walking simulator? Like, oh, just adventure. It's it's action adventure minus the action. That's literally what it is. That's actually crazy. Like it's a point and click adventure. Well, in that sense, Insignia has a little bit of that stuff. They kind of all live in the same spot here. Yeah, Metroid is so close, of course, yeah. I mean, they're all really... Shantae probably lives with Celeste here too. Shovel Knight probably lives here. Hey, Tuto, thanks for the raid. This is Figma. There is a lot of story in Insignia. Probably it's kind of up over here now. Oh man, it's dead in the middle. It's so hard. I'm gonna swap these two. Yeah. Smash Brothers? Oh, we're not. I wouldn't put Smash Brothers in here. It's a multiplayer action game. How close would The Last Faith be to Blasphemous? I mean, they're like the same thing. I haven't really played The Last Faith though. This would be, what's it called? What did that game come out? Sea of Stars is kind of like a, JRPG. I should make this smaller. Maybe give it a little bit of a different color. So it's important that I then talk about these games. They're the closest things I have. And I probably should do a closer case study on them too. Have I played Nine Souls? I actually haven't. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, these are all pixel art games, intentionally. I think it's important, just from a branding perspective. Like, Hollow Knight definitely lives, here, probably closer to here. Hollow Knight's probably like right here. Maybe like further this way, but I don't really want to. Well, I mean, I could put it here, but in this scene, this is kind of like indie pixel art space. Scene. Roguelikes can have a lot of story. It's not as common, but it's possible. Well, yeah, maybe Zelda. I put Zelda in there because it's actually the thing that inspired these games. Like I would put, maybe like if I had another different way of tweaking it, I would have put like Final Fantasy under JRPG in blue, and then like Super Mario Brothers under action in red, Metroid and Castlevania under this in yellow, Souls, like I would have Dark Souls there, just calling out the games that are at the core of those genres. Day of the Tentacle and the point and click adventure or something like that. Or what's it called? Monkey Island or something. As like genre standards, but not necessarily pixel art, but that's too complicated. People know what these games are. Pokemon? Oh, Pokemon's a JRPG. Party-based characters. You're building them up, you're leveling them up. It's a linear story. It's a textbook JRPG. I didn't say it didn't have deep lore. I said story. Particularly, let's be clearer here. Narrative. Dark Souls does not have narrative. It has story, it has lore, but what we're really talking about here is plot. That's what I mean when I say narrative or story. I mean like things that drive what you're doing based on events, sequence of events. I know, Karada. I know you're just razzing me, but it is important to. I should have made it clear. It's actually really important to make a distinction between these things. So let's call this like 30 pixels, and then bring them together. And then we can do like this. So like lots of action, lots of exploration, lots of narrative, and we can mix them in terms of their whatever, mix and match. I've chosen some really ugly colors here, but I'll make better ones later. What's cool in Figma is you can do like a big find and replace. I could grab all of this, and you can't see it here, but there you go. You can literally just place all of these and swap them at the same time. Really cool. Let's give these a backing value. And make that backing value the same color, and make it darker, and then make it all the same height. Not great. That'll do for now. All right. I actually think I have a ton of stuff here from those games. Where's my research index? Yeah, check me out. I've done my work. So we got this, we got Iconoclasts, Owl Boy, and what was the other one? Momodora, Iconoclasts, Owl Boy, and Cave Story, which is kind of old at this point. I might be best picking a more recent example. Not sure. Big Cave Story. I mean, Cave Story is great. Could pick Celeste. There are probably more recent examples that are better as well. I see that you put a lot of work in making these boards. Is there a particular reason for it? Yeah, I'm going to be pitching this game to publishers soon. How much Noita? I haven't played it at all. Is Figma the one with a bunch of plugins? Yep. It does have a bunch of plugins. So Iconoclasts, it's high in action, low in exploration, and has a lot of story. Pomodora, I believe, is high in action, high in exploration, a little less story. Cave Story is high in action, medium and medium, I would say. And Owl Boy is a lot of story, not a lot of exploration, and middle amount of action. Maybe Momodora would be slightly less action-packed. And then if I was to do one of these for Insignia, Cave Story is not story. It's got story, but it's like you're not sitting there talking a lot. You know, it's not like as story driven. It's kind of the least story driven one. I feel like it's closer to Fez than anything. Whereas like Iconoclasts and Owlboy have a lot more text. You're reading a lot in those games. So the reason I'm putting so much effort into this is because I'm going to be taking it to a publisher who might be funding the game or sending it around to people as I have like a strategy here to fund my game. And that strategy involves me going to a bunch of people who are publishers or people that I know who have contacts with publishers directly, who can basically be, I need to get into a room, you know, with a publisher and pitch my game. And on the way, all of the semi-bosses in those dungeons also need to see the pitch to know to take me seriously, to then send my game on to someone who's more senior. So it's all about just making opportunities for yourself. And if you know your pitch, it's easier to do that. So part of this is for me. It frames how I think about my game, how I communicate about my game. And part of it is for the people who will be receiving this document as an introduction to me and my game. A pitch deck is really important. So Insignia is kind of lower. It's got, it's kind of in this mix actually. It's pretty close to Owlboy, with maybe slightly more action. You do a lot of different stuff in this game. It's very close to Iconoclasts. I'll put Iconoclasts there. So this is why Insignia is not a Metroidvania. It doesn't have that much exploration. Like you typically know where you're going most of the time. You're not like wandering around going, what do I do next? Whereas Hollow Knight, Metroidvania stuff, it's more like this. Okay. So, there are some things here that I want to write. These are sort of my opinions. They're not necessarily, they're backed by a little bit of research, but like it's just how I think about these games. Great art, great, solid title, great art, solid gameplay. Let's make these a bit smaller. Don't mark it as Metroidvania. Ensure writing quality is matches. Ensure it's hard to say this. That's not very good. Yeah, hard for me to bunch these. They're not even the same. These things aren't even related to each other necessarily in how they're framed, but what publishers are you sending it to? Cave Story has at least 10x more story than Momodora. Is it? Is it a lot more story? Actually, the better question would be, is Momodora really that light on story? Like, because Cave Story I always thought was like a little thinner than something like an Owlboy. Like, you talk a little bit and then you just go off for like 20 minutes. And then you might run into somebody else and then there's like a little bit of a cutscene and then you get given some other job. But is there a bit more bouncing around talking to characters later on? It's been a while since I played Cave Story. Maybe it's more exploration earlier in the game. Okay, thanks, Emily. I appreciate it. I actually haven't played the Momodora games. I really like them. They've served as an aesthetic inspiration for Insignia, but I've never actually sat down and like walked through a Momodora game. They're typically they're lighter games, aren't they? Is there a lot of exploration? I should probably do a bit more research on this before I put it here. Owlboy's probably got a little less story than Iconoclasts. It's almost fluffy. Got it. Well, that would be in keeping with the Metroidvania kind of branding that it gets. Great art, solid gameplay, lots of dialogue, but these two games are so similar to me. I do think this is it's a little bit thin. It's quite I think it's a little bit I feel like Owlboy, its core tenet doesn't quite work because it's kind of a twin stick sort of shooter. Oh, okay. 4 is more open. 1 and 3 are more linear. Okay, maybe I'll put, yeah. Reverie is the one that I most was familiar with based on watching long plays, but Stellar art, mixed by gameplay, also dialogue to the running. This was not marketed as a Metroidvania. I feel like this has like a... I don't know how good the story is. I have to play Cave Story and Momodora as research. Three of these 4 games are also solo projects. Mumbledore. Do you think so? I could do them as bars as well. You could rotate this like this, and then do like that. You know, and then take this away. I think you're right that showing them out of like 100 isn't quite right. Good call. Arboy is basically linear, right? It's not even, there isn't any exploration as far as I know. Like the pathing is basically a straight line. The cutscenes are not a small part of the game. Cave Story's kind of balanced then, let's call it that. And I think iconoclast is pretty balanced too. Yeah. Let's see what the widths are. 152, 116, 114, 121. So this one's too, all the pieces are too big. Maybe I'll bring down Momodora a little and bring it up here. And then, oh, Insignia too. It's pretty balanced. It's maybe got a little more exploration than Iconoclast and a little bit more story. But it's also got a lot of action too. Cool. This is fun. I love doing this kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. I think it's probably not worth putting like numbers, like sales numbers here or projections, but you could, I do have an index here. I have a research index that I did. Must be in a different thing. Hang on. There it is. Yeah, so this here, I built this a while ago. My cave story, and oh, I did. Yeah, you're right, because I swapped them. Good point. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, I'll go back and play them to refine that a bit more. It's important that I'm knowledgeable on this stuff. So actually, is Cave Story even here? I don't think I've got it here. I didn't actually put Cave Story on this list. Maybe it shouldn't be there then. The problem with 3 of these games is that 3 of these games are, you have a gun. 3 of these games you interact with a gun. This game, this game, this game. This is the only one with melee combat, which I think is kind of important. Maybe this should be blasphemous. Maybe Cave Story I just remove it from the conversation just because it's too confusing. We could put Blasphemous closer. I mean, it is this stuff. And by my own admission, Insignia is more central than the others. Let's do that. It's about right. Hey, GK Infinity, thank you so much for the sub. Let's use Blasphemous. It's a better option here. And it's a more recent option too. There it is. So not that recent, but recent enough. Yeah. I think Blasphemous was so successful because it's so Dark Souls. The proposition is so straightforward. It's, hey, you like Dark Souls? You like pixel art? You like retro games? There you go. Like, there's no more that needs to be said. You look at it, you go, oh, that's pixel art Dark Souls. And it is, and it just follows the playbook beat for beat. And people like Dark Souls. So yeah, I think so. I think Blasphemous is a better representation than Hollow Knight because it has such a similar set of constraints around its art and presentation. That's what I think. I just think keeping it the conversation in pixel art land helps me filter who I'm talking to. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I just think if I open up the sample size outside of that box, I could be talking about any game. I don't know. It just feels like maybe it's just more comfortable for me to stay inside that space. Hollow Knight is definitely like, I mean, these are all really just about proximity to my game. I don't see Hollow Knight as close to my game. It is, I mean, it was made close to my game because it's Australian, but like, I don't really see it as belonging to the same scene. And there are other examples that I can use from the same scene that are Metroidvania games like Blasphemous that do a good enough job of just illustrating the same point in terms of like particularly Insignia it's not a Metroidvania. So it's in a lot of ways, I need to be more careful because of Iconoclasts. Like Iconoclast gets a bad rap for not being a Metroidvania, which is weird because it shouldn't be even thought of as one. Insignia is going to have this same struggle. That's what I'm trying to sort of wrap around this slide. It's like what is it? What does the success plan look like? Maybe I should put Insignia after. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? And then I gotta flip everything. Hang on. And now I can do this. Do do do. Do do. Do. So the play here is really, to me, my understanding here of how I think what success looks like for me is great presentation, novel gameplay, and then it's how do you make the Cinemachine look smooth while playing the game on Unity? I don't use Cinemachine, so I can't tell you. But that does sound like a performance issue. And what's the word? Like mindful, not diligent, not mindful, intent, decisive marketing. Towards focused on on decisive marketing, not built around association. It's hard. Demure, cutesy, elite giga. How do you keep track of everything you got to do? I got this big document. Not this. This is my daily to-do. I got this big document that defines what the project is and what I'm trying to do next. And then I got pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of like thinking that help me organize all of the different things that the game is made up of. And then because we're working on a demo right now, this is just like the things that make up the demo that I am responsible for, organized by how important they are in helping other people who work on the game align and not be blocked. So I've got tasks that I've got to put in my day that help others do their work. So those come first. And then I got other stuff for later. I have a bit of a deadline. 7 days from now, the game has to be playable end to end. Well, the demo has to be playable end to end. So next week, like I'm going to try to finish first draft of this pitch deck needs to be done this weekend. Yeah. In fact, I would say, yeah, it's an 8-year-old project. Bugu Bosu Bobu Rosu. So it's a big ship that I am steering. Okay. Big boss Bobros. I'll come back to this. There we go. Starting to fixate on little things that don't matter. Cave Jumper says, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have developed Insignia for multiple years, and is the game just a that massive or complex system or perfectionism or none of those? I created the perfect storm of big project that will take a long time factors. And it's a little bit of everything, but I think where the game's at now represents me kind of navigating that successfully. So Balrog. So Cave Jumper. So for me, when I started, the biggest thing that Insignia was I would summarize it as biting off more than I could chew. That was the first, not mistake, but the first thing that I did was I picked something that was quite ambitious as my first game. And that ambition, because I didn't have a lot of experience to check that ambition, the ambition only grew as I noticed my skill set drawing more attention to the game. So I didn't do pixel art before Insignia. I started with Insignia, and the more I put energy and time into the presentation, the more people seemed to pay attention and take notice. So what happened was it put me on a path, and that path is kind of unfortunate because the path of least resistance for me has been build an entire YouTube empire, around yourself as a teacher and a pixel artist, and that's going to give your game the best chance to succeed. But it's also going to take away time from your game in a way that forces your game to. It's almost like if you pick a small game and you dedicate a small amount of time to it, and you get a small amount of exposure, that's fine, because everything is proportional. But what happened with me was the proportion of all of the factors, in order for those factors to line up, they all had to be big. That's just kind of how it happened. So my ambition crossed with my skills, crossed with the exposure of the game, all naturally grew to match each other. Because any time prior to now, it's kind of been like, well, I've got a lot of exposure, but the game's not high enough quality to generate a return on my investment for the time I put into it, because when I started, I wasn't very skilled as a developer for a game this big. So my skills versus my ambition was always a bit lopsided, because my creative skill was quite high, but my technical skill was not high enough to meet that ambition. Like my skills as a developer versus as an artist weren't aligned. And the only time that I could, and as a director, the only time I could actually make it all work was after having spent like 5 or 6 years kind of discovering how a game like this needs to be built and building it wrong a couple times. By that point, it's like, well, the game that I have discovered that I really want to make happens to be really big. And the time I've put into it happens to be really, really big. And the art skills have grown to be really, really good. So what do I do with this project now? I could kill it early and just say, well, that was good, but let's make something more realistic. I could stick with it, which is what I am doing, or I could try to shrink it. But at a certain point, you've made enough strong foundational decisions that there's no point. You're almost handicapping it. So I've just sort of found myself having spent this much time on it. There was probably a year or two in the middle, 2021, 2020, where I spent like a year discovering how much better of a developer I needed to be. And I took time off from the game to discover that. I sort of I was like, it's like this. Making a proof of concept, super easy. super easy because nothing needs to have a system behind it. You don't need a save system. You don't need cutscene systems. You could just fake a lot of the stuff. So I got to like the first year pretty well. From there, it was like, well, now I got to like make a game. And every time I try to get further ahead, I'm trying really hard to continue the development, but the tech debt was just too much. Like I just couldn't do it. So like 2 years later, I'm finding myself sitting here going like, man, I just can't. Like I'm trying, I'm sitting down, I'm on stream, I'm trying to like make progress on this thing, but like it's ground to a halt because like I can't expand on these systems in a way that is going to work. Like the amount of things that were breaking was growing faster than I could build them. Every time I try to build something on top, I'd have to make a new, different kind of system, and it would break the previous thing, and that happened a lot. Then I took like a 6-month gap, built a small game, and was very happy with how we released it, was happy with it, came back to the project with like fresh eyes, and that began like the slow re-acceleration of the project, refactoring a lot of stuff from 2021 to 2022. It was literally just, I'm going to really build this dialogue system properly. I'm going to really build this scene management system properly. I'm going to really build my timeline and cutscene system properly. I'm going to really build the combat system and enemy behaviors properly. Like, I just realized, like every beat was, this really needs to be this. This really needs to be that. And it was easy to do, but it was very time consuming. It was like 2 years of like realizing, oh shit, this is a much bigger project if I have these ambitions for it. Where can you find that game? Right here. I made this. .5 stars, let's go. Yeah, this is my game. This is Arrowbound. I don't talk about it that much because it was kind of like I needed to like push something out of the nest. You know what I mean? And it's not as polished as I'd like, but I just needed to make it and release it to have that experience, you know? Just like, I can't just be this guy who's only been developing one thing for his whole life, you know, or whatever. Yeah, so it was only, this is like 2017. This is 2020. This is 2021. And then everything from here onwards, I have felt has been actually very, very positive. But also, you know, this timeline's a little stretched. Actually, it's kind of more like this. Like that. So here I got my first grant funding. Right in the middle of this process. Well, I would say actually, 2022 to 2024. Let's keep this further this way. This goes out like here. Yeah, that's probably more honest. Yeah. So Yeah, like I was really in a position where like I couldn't, like I wasn't, it wasn't going to come out. Like the game wasn't going to release. People, if you're me, when you hit this point, you one of three things happens. Not just me. If you're anybody and you get stuck here, the halt, you kind of have these are the options. You get out, you push it out, or you knuckle down. That's basically it. A lot of games that come out that are made by creators, they have limited timelines because, like, you know, it's time to be finished with this. So you just kind of like polish it the best you can, push it out and go, okay, well, next project will do better. If you can afford to fail, that's probably what I should have done. But I didn't want to, because I am too invested in the world that I'm building. You know, Insignia wasn't just like a game. Insignia is like a world that I'm building. It's a story that I want to tell. So until I can write it well, I'm not here to push it out. Like I'm not just Adam, the guy who wants to make a game dev studio. I'm Adam who's making Insignia, you know, first. Then if Adam who's making Insignia does a good job, then Adam who is a game director gets to take the next step. It's a weird thing to say that, but like, you know, if you're interested in world building and you've built like 2/3 of a world, it's just that the world happens to be bootstrapped onto a game. You know, it's like it's sitting on the foundation of a game, and the game needs to be good before the story can be told. But that's literally how it is for me. Like and if I was to quit at that point, if this is when I quit, I would have had to grieve for the game that I couldn't make. Like the story that I wasn't good enough to tell. That would have really hurt me for a long time. It wouldn't have been as simple as like, oh, I lost these years. It's more like, because Insignia started, like the idea of Insignia started in 2014. I drew Armin, the first time I ever drew him was over 10 years ago now. So I had emotionally committed to the world before I even started building the game, over like 3 years. In fact, 2016 was when I started the Unity project. But I wasn't working on it in any kind of like full-time capacity. It was just like I was learning Unity at the time. So the concept behind this thing had started when I got my first job, like out of uni. It was like, oh, look, there's this character and he lives in this world, and oh, like it was kind of the same thing as me. Like, you know, I was really interested in like young adult fantasy or like children's fantasy. That's kind of that's where my DNA as a creator comes from. Like Lord of the Rings and Redwall and Final Fantasy and like, you know, Harry Potter and the Seventh Tower and whatever. All of these fantasy properties. So for me, it's like, I got into that and wanted to express that first. What do you mean by systems and tools? Hey, Baptiste. Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Charboa says, we have a saying in Turkish, maybe you have something similar to, the regret of not experiencing is far greater than the regret of bad experience, or something like that. Yeah, it's like better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. That's the English version of that. Okay. Morillon. So systems and tools are things like this. I built this. It's a scene graph. This helps me navigate through my game while I'm building it. I also have my sequence player and my sequence editor. So stories, I build them this way. I built this, and that actually works with this system, the timeline system. I didn't build the timeline, but I built all of these scripts to manage the storytelling in the timeline, the camera movements, popping the dialogue boxes up, fading out, fading in, you know, all of that kind of stuff, moving the characters around. I built systems that helped make that happen. My animation system I built, Retrobox. So this is for hitboxes and visual effects on the animations. No, this is all, I built this on top of Unity. So you can't start making the game until you've built, this is almost like its own engine. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, I almost built the Insignia game engine in Unity, you know? Like I probably could have built this outside of Unity and used it. But anyway, that's how it is. So, and it's unfortunate, like I didn't know when you ask me like, hey Adam, like it's taken you so long, like what happened? It's like, I didn't know the game I was making was the kind of game that needed 2 years to build those systems. I didn't know that was the kind of game I was making, or I didn't know that I needed to grow up so much as a developer to build those systems. I thought like, oh yeah, dialogue system. It's like what? You make some text, you make the text play out on the screen, you press A, goes to the next line of dialogue. It's an array, right? Like that kind of thinking of like, how hard could it be? It's like, yeah, but like building, it all comes down to this. Making a game that is worth players' time, like it's so polished that it's worth people's time to actually enjoy it and pay for it, requires much, 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 much more polish than just making the first version of a thing. Like if you look at a YouTube tutorial on how to make a dialogue system, you'll get the first 10%, or you'll get all the features, but 10% of what you actually need to write. Because the rest of it is like edge cases and like support for different things you want to do in your game with that system. Like all of these little ways of like the tools for how to how to author the content. It's not just the baseline, you know, feature set. It's so much more than that. Maintenance, like how have you built it in a way that allows you to build on top of it, extensibility, you know, that stuff requires so much more code and time and energy and research and testing to make it usable. It's like this. This stuff is building a car, and then this is driving that car. If you want to drive across Australia, you can do that in a really good four-wheel drive that's really well stocked. If you try, and you can do it in like, you know, a couple of weeks or whatever. If you don't have a good car that's a good four-wheel drive that's not well stocked, you'll get a little bit and stop, and then you'll never be able to finish the mission. You'll never get across the country, you know? So at a certain point you have to ask, like, is it me? Is it that I'm lazy or I don't know what I'm doing? Or is it that I just haven't spent the time making this easy for myself? And how much more time will it take for me to make it easy for myself to actually tell the story? So that's what happened. I mean, it just took a long time to get there. And I think everybody has this experience at some point or another. Not everyone. I think most people have this experience. You can get lucky making a small game and building it poorly, and you get successful, But like your second game is, you're going to run into it because you're going to get more ambitious. I don't think you get survivorship. I don't think you get the benefit of beginner's luck twice. I think it hits you one way or another. Booyah Grandma puts his hand up. So what happened to you? Jagoti said, can I ask what you did professionally before going full-time on the game? I did UX. I was a user experience designer. So that is, for those of you who don't know, UX is like game dev, but for apps. It's like, you're doing not game dev, game design. It's like game design for apps. So you're doing the broad picture thinking about what the user, not the player, what the user needs, what they want, how to teach them how to use the app, how their features should be structured. You're doing research, you're doing concepting, prototyping. I didn't build those apps, and I didn't do the UI for those apps because they were big enough that we had whole companies doing all that. I was doing the design. So like the equivalent of, if you're a game designer, it's like, how should the controls work? How should you teach the player the controls? How do you play test? How do you record the data from the play test and use that for your additional work? It's the figuring out how the thing should be. That's a UX designer's job. And a game designer's job is the same. It's just that it's actually easier to do UX design because the goal is not fun. The goal is just to serve a need. Like, I'm building an app for a supermarket. People who are coming to the supermarket need to buy groceries. They need to be able to scan their items. It's very straightforward because it's the business exists to solve something that people already need. Game design is hard because it's up to you to decide where the fun should come from. The player just shows up and goes, all right, I'm holding the controller. Here we go. You better make it fun for me. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm here, but there's no right answer with game design. It's more like, well, you figure out what you want, and then you can decide how that should be designed. It's hard. But yeah, it did give me a bit of... It put me on the right first steps, but it also was deceptive being a UX designer. I thought I had it all figured out when I started. Did you hear about Earthblade, the Celeste follow-up? It seems like that's the next one has to be more ambitious thing, was part of its downfall. When you say part of its downfall, what happened to Earthblade? I know it's been a while. They announced it like, a couple of years ago? But has it fallen down? Did it have a downfall? They cancelled it? Well, yeah, I do think that. That would be my first guess. Disagreement around IP rights? No way. What? Hang on a second. The decision to cancel the game came from themselves and Noel Berry. The decision came after the founding team of Thorson Berry and Pedro was split or fractured over a disagreement around IP rights. So the team broke. Oh, that's different. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This. And we were talking about this literally like 2 days ago on stream. Oh, where's the VOD? I don't have it on this PC. It might be on my laptop. I called it. I was saying something like, we were describing why different games and the different genre values and how everyone is trying to make an action adventure eventually. And some games start as platformers, and then the next sequel is an action adventure. That's Earthblade. And some games start as like, oh, that is, what was the, I wish I had the diagram. It'd be on my Twitch page. This is like literally 2 days ago. We're talking about this. Oh man, I think it was before. It's either this stream or the next one. Ocarina of Time does the same thing. Hyrule Field is just like a big empty hub. In a way, and you're bouncing. It's this conversation. It's literally this chat. Again, like I think Insignias I'm building the game the way I think it should be built, based on what I'm trying to do. I don't know if I'm gonna see it here. And who it's for is, I would say. Where is it? Where is it? I know it's around here somewhere. I think it was around there. I literally called out Earthblade and I said, they're going to have a hard time building that game for this reason. Anyway, we'll come back to it another day. It's not that important. The point is, it's hard. It's really hard to make an action adventure game because you have to balance. If you're making a platformer, what do? You have the mechanics, you lay out the mechanics in a linear fashion, right? You say, here's level 1, this is how you play it. This is what I want the player to learn. The level 1 is full of blocks of content to teach the one thing that I want the player to learn. Easy. This is level 2. We're going to build on top of level 1 with this new mechanic, and we're going to have the player test out the skills and we're going to teach them how to do the little things that they do in level 2, and then we're going to mix in some of the level 1 things to make it more unique and explore those areas. This is level 3. We're going to build on what the players learned from level 1 and 2 by introducing a new mechanic, and we're going to explore the possibilities of mixing in mechanic 3 with mechanic 1 and 2. You do that linearly. That's Celeste, right? That's it's Celeste, it's Shovel Knight, it's Mega Man, it's side-scrolling level-based platformers. That's reasonable. As soon as you add exploration into that, as soon as you add non-linearity and player choice, now you have to do something much harder. You want to tell a good story inside of a game where players have choice and it's non-linear, like exploration with a story and multiple mechanics. That's 3x the difficulty. That's like the first thing multiplied by the second, multiplied by the third. That's what's hard. Because you now need to build a content engine that allows you to design around these things. You need to be able to tell stories in a way that fits with how the player is experiencing the part of the game they happen to walk into. That's hard, you know? Like, and even if it's linear but open, like Insignia is linear, but the terrain is not necessarily it's not that it isn't networked, it's that it's linear by virtue of the ability design. So it's similar to Metroidvania games. There are gates that you can't pass as you go through the game that become open gates later. So the challenge is this. I mean, I went through this in 2018 and I thought it was just me being bad. You know, you build a dungeon and you think, okay, well, I want the player to start here and end here in as far as what the story dictates. They're going up this mountain. Okay, I need to find a space to put this in. Immediately, if you have a world that you can traverse, you now have to spatialize your your mechanical exploration. If you don't have an overworld map, like Mario Brothers 3, like Super Mario Brothers 3 says, oh, you've got a world map, but like they're just levels. So the length of this level doesn't affect this level. It's not like, oh, level 1 was this long, so actually we need to move level 2 and 3 to put them over here. They're just nodes on a grid, right? But if you say, oh, this is one part of the game, this is another part of the game, and there's a dungeon in between that takes up physical space, now you're trying to cram level design that teaches the player how to do something inside of a space that also must adhere to good story pacing, that also must be navigable back and forth. Like you need to create shortcuts. If I've been here and I want to go back this way, do I have to go do the whole thing? It has to be now also navigable backwards and forwards. So you like have this huge challenge of like, how do I actually structure the gameplay concisely enough to not affect the story negatively while we're doing this the first time or the backtracking later? Like it's hard to do that. And if you take one of those elements out, it's immediately easier. Like Dark Souls, you just take the story out. You take the plot out and it's like, oh, you can go through here, it's just harder. The fact that it's hard is almost a good thing. You know, like in Dark Souls, you just make it more punishing the further into the wrong direction you go, you know? So and think about this. Only one of the Souls games is like Dark Souls. Only one of them. And it's Dark Souls 1, and every other Souls game has a hub that you teleport around the map to and from. You ever think about that? Why do you think that is? There's only one Dark Souls. All the others have a nexus or a Firelink teleporter or a table hold, round table hold, or a something where you go, okay, I'm done being here now, I'll just teleport back. You know, Majula. It would have been really hard to design Dark Souls 1 the way they did. So when I saw Earthblade, I think I saw this on stream in 2022. I think I watched this. I could go back to the VOD when I first saw this at the Game Awards or whatever. The first thing I thought, and this isn't me shitting on the game. I'm excited for this game. I still think that it's probably something that could have been a success. It looks good. But my first thought when I saw this flyover was, man, that's going to be hard to design. Like, this is it's a huge constraint you're creating on yourself to be able to do this in a game. There's no reason the space needs to be quite so continuous. Because now every space needs to be considerate of all the other spaces. You want to make this level twice as big because you've just got more fun things to do? Well, now you've created a rift that you need to backfill with other parts of the game, right? Oh, this needs to be smaller? Okay, but how do you collapse the space above and around it? This is hard. It's really hard to do this. Even this trailer is like, actually kind of, it's a feat. It's really incredible that they even have this. Like, even me designing this, it would have been hard to do. You know, this would have taken like a year just to do this. Like, what the hell? You think about it. Like, you're doing level design, you go, wouldn't it be great if this room was twice as big? What do? I mean, just the level design. I'm not talking about like the graphics. I'm saying like, what do you do when like, oh, I want this to be more vertical? What? You can't, you don't have any space. There's a room above here. Even the tile sets, like, how do you transition smoothly between the environments. And is that even a good thing? Is it even a good thing that you can move through the game in one big continuous space this way? How do you do storytelling? How do you do pacing? How do you create a narrative? Where are the characters? Like, is it just Dark Souls? Are there like, Firelink Shrine characters that just they're just placed in different spots around the map? It's hard. It's really hard. Like, we have trouble in Insignia just doing, just this is hard. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of room-sized spaces in one level is not trivial. It's way, I made this, I have agonized over this kind of thing because it's hard. Maybe the more I learn about game dev, the more I go, oh, it's not just me. It's my game is different in these specific ways, and it's been pushed in these ways, the ways that started, how do I put it? When I first designed the game, the constraints that I chose put it in a space that I thought was pretty sparse. I was like, oh, there aren't that many games that do this way. And as I explored that space, I basically got slapped by bad difficulty. It's oh, the reason why there's not that much stuff here is everything is uphill design-wise, doing it this way. Even, I was saying this earlier, there's a reason so many games like Owlboy and Iconoclasts are shooters. You have a gun in Owlboy. You have a gun in Iconoclasts. A gun makes combat so much more straightforward. You don't have to aim in those games. I mean, you kind of maybe a little, but there's auto-targeting for a reason. If you take 2D melee combat out of the equation, now it's much easier to design around, You start taking away constraints to make it more straightforward. And the reason why we have genres that work the way that they do is because those uphill challenges, well, let's call them downhill, right? If we want to talk about the terrain of game design. Did I close Leonardo? Am I crazy? Why did I close it? Okay, well, whatever. Nope, okay. I just fully deleted that file. This space, the terrain of games, if Metroidvania sits here, it's because if you go downhill from here, there's a lot of challenges to make this fun in this direction. If this is Darks, anyway, it's a hard metaphor to make work, but the point is, this thing of have you heard of carcinorization or something like carcinorization, where there's dozens of species of undersea life that evolve towards crab shapes. They just all look like crabs, and they're completely different species, but they've all just they've evolved over time because the crab shape is a winning design. So there are things that kind of look like crabs, like lobsters, but there's lobsters and there's crabs and there's not a lot in between, not because everything's descended from the same crab, but because it's if you look like this, if you're shaped like this, you get by a lot better than if you're not shaped like that. Three days ago, could you link it? I do have some videos about building my tools, Baptiste. Yeah, that's right, Aya. It did start over disagreements about IP. When does Armin get a bow? Well, there is no bow. Not yet, anyway. Can you explain why 2D combat is harder than gun-based games? Well, think about it. I mean, like, in a gun-based game, you stand here, the enemy can be anywhere here. You press the shoot button. If you've got auto-targeting in the game, it goes tick, tick, and then you just go attack, attack, attack. It goes plang, 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 and then they die. Like that's how Owlboy and Iconoclasts work. Space doesn't really matter. So when you're designing a level, you're not thinking about, oh, like here's my level, you know, here are my platforms, but is this a good place to put an enemy encounter? Because if you have 2D combat, you've got a character, you know, they're holding a sword. You've got another character, they're holding a sword. You need space, a lot of flat space to have sword combat play out, you know, and if you have slopes, that makes it harder. And if you have, you know, edges, that makes it harder. Now, to make this work, you either need for these guys to not have swords or just be like little blocks, like enemies that are just Goombas or whatever. Or you need to do a lot of AI. You need to write a lot of not AI, enemy behaviors to make this work. Because sword combat, it's much more planar. It's very like lateral, you know? You don't just get to sort of put enemies wherever you want. You have to be much more intentional. And again, I mean, I do this all the time. Like there are a lot of spaces in the game where it's like, I need this to be flat because I need an encounter here, you know? And how much platforming can I do in that space? So we actually have started, Luca and I, Luca's my helper. He does animation and a bit of level design. When he's doing prototypes around platforming in areas where there's no story, his levels look crazy. His levels are like way more like Celeste levels. Whereas a lot of mine, where there's a lot of story happening, they're more flat because it's like, oh, I need this cutscene to play out here, or I need this enemy to be placed here. I'm teaching the player how to fight this thing. It can't happen on a cliff edge, you know, it has to happen on a flat space. So it's just interesting how these kinds of considerations really affect. If you're doing action adventure, there is a story, there is combat, there is platforming, you know, there is exploration. Networking between the levels matters. It's hard. It's not easy. Oh, it was here. Wait, was it here? Oh, we were here earlier. Oh, I actually am talking about it. No, this is Zelda. This is me talking about Zelda. But where's the part where I talk about different kinds of games? Or maybe this is the conversation and I just didn't write the words out.
Like in a certain way, I would almost say that like Pokemon in this context has more in common with Dark Souls than Castlevania does, to an extent.
There's a point where I say
now, and I can get from here to here, and I can get Deadberg, but I get what I'm talking about.
No, I don't think that's it. It's close. I don't know. I can't tell.
Ready just yet. There is an old demo, but you're gonna have to find that yourself. I'm not gonna link it.
I don't know. Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was it. I'm not sure if it is. Anyway, this is all just. I feel a little bit. I don't know what the word is. It's not vindicated. It's not like. It's just like finding out that you're not alone in your misery there's something relieving about it, you know? There's something like, oh, thank God. Like, oh, it's not just me. Oh, it's not just that I'm an idiot. Like, I'm just taking a road that's quite difficult and other people find it difficult too. This is Figma. Yeah. Like I said, man, it's really goddamn hard to build a game that looks like this. I don't know, like, it's crazy. And it's, like I said, like, you get lucky with your designs once, maybe twice. Because actually, Maddie's first game was Towerfall. This team made 3 games that are, as far as I know, Towerfall, Celeste, and Earthblade. Towerfall was a Smash Brothers style party game with, you guessed it, shooter mechanics. So it's like a bow and arrow, right? It's mostly a platformer where you fight against each other. Just a platform fighter, basically. But not a lot of combat, because it's quite simple. It's just shooting arrows. Then they went to platformer with a story. Then they went to action, full action adventure, which with I'm imagining sword combat. That's hard. You multiply it by 3, you know? Multiply it by itself 3 times. And I'm looking at this, you know, like, I know this is early. I know it's an announcement. This is hard to do. Like, think about, I mean, if you haven't built a fighting game before, if you don't play fighting games, it might be hard to appreciate that, like, the way that the game frames action is really important. And let me show you some stuff. We're kind of at the end of the stream here. Oh man, I'm having this weird thing with my screen today, where I try to take a screenshot. Rectangle, please. And my mouse goes off the right edge of my screen, and it takes a while to come back. Like, there's a big dead zone on the right side of my screen, and it's not an extra monitor, and the monitor's taking up the full space. Okay, let me explain something. This, in gameplay space, becomes really just a question of this. What is the player's range? What is the monster's hurt box? And what is the monster's range? I'm not doing that, A the Phoenix. I'm sorry. Not now, not today. I've actually got to run off in a sec. I love doing Gandalf, but today, unfortunately, I can't do it. Yes, I do, but anyway. Oh, I might not be signed in on Twitch. Okay. Well, I will refund you those points. Don't worry about it. You come to this space, now you might as well be designing Street Fighter. That's the simple fact is, the game becomes about range, framing that range, footsies, spacing. Those become relevant factors when you have sword combat. And you need tools that help you design that. Like these enemies, do they jump at you? How do you do effective sword combat with those? You play a game like Hollow Knight. You know how they get around these challenges? Hollow Knight, you make the character small. You make the needle big. You make the enemies bigger. When you do it this way, this becomes a question of something closer to what I like to call bullet hell, but that's not what it is. It's basically, am I in range or out of range. You duck in, attack, duck out. You duck in, attack, duck out. I don't think that's interesting, personally, insofar as like melee combat design, but it makes the contract of what a fight looks like very straightforward. So Hollow Knight, you know, you're like a little bee jumping around, trying to get your sting in before you get surrounded by hitboxes. That's how that game feels when it's doing its thing. But if you do an Insignia, like what I do in my game is not easy, where your character size is like reasonable, like kind of normal proportions or a little closer to normal, and the hitboxes are kind of not that crazy as well. Now, again, the enemy AI, the encounters needs to be quite careful. You need to have a lot of animation to make this stuff work. You know, like, when is this going to attack? How big is its attack? How long does its attack stay on screen? How does it move between those states? Is it stationary? Can it move at you? Like, that stuff, it's... If you want to do a good job of it, it's easy for it to be hard. You can fall into a very difficult space very quickly. And then the question of camera comes into it. Like, how close are we to this action? Are we fighting like this? Because this is closer to like a Street Fighter. If we're out here the whole game, this doesn't really feel that good to be zoomed out this far. Like 640 by 360 with a character that small, like with Insignia, it's not bad. It's okay, you know. It's okay. But you kind of want to, in story sequences, you kind of want to be closer. Let me just jump in here for a second. So like when story is happening, I zoom in, you know. Like, and if I'm trying to showcase action, like in a trailer, like ideally, you kind of want to be like you're kind of in this difficult dance where like your goal as the designer is to give the player heads up around things that are dangerous outside of the encounter that they're currently in. If you zoom in too close, you can't see stuff coming in from off screen, especially if you're doing a platformer. Like if you're running and jumping and there's an enemy right here, you got to zoom out. You got to show what's ahead of you. But showing what's ahead kills tension and encourages you to not focus on the hitboxes. So like the further out you zoom, the less granular spacing and the less engaged you get with the combat and more about platforming. But the more you zoom in, the harder it is to do platforming because you can't see around you. You're too focused. So having a really intelligent camera, it becomes relevant again, you know? Just because you have these two different masters that you're trying to serve. It's really hard to do it right. It's not easy. And then you think about this. We've talked about Celeste and Earthblade and what's hard about it. We talked about Dark Souls and why Dark Souls is difficult to get right. Like FromSoft isn't doing Dark Souls every game. They're doing something more easy than Dark Souls to design. The next one is Zelda. What does Breath of the Wild not do to make room for the exploration? What Breath of the Wild does not do, what Tears of the Kingdom does not do, is a really tight story. Those games have the same exact technique for how to get around storytelling. They say, oh, we have no urgency that we can create if we want the player to run around in this world. We cannot stop the player from exploring, which means we cannot make the story move at a certain pace. So we'll make the story kind of irrelevant. Everything that's important happened, 1,000 years ago or 100 years ago. All these characters that are important to the plot, oh, they're dead already. Like, it doesn't matter that you're running around enjoying yourself because, like, it's not important. The stakes aren't there. But you do lose something, you know, in that. Like the classic Zelda adventure framework is not present in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Those games have to be fun in different ways. They try to make up for it in other ways, and I think obviously, you know, they just made the most fun game that they could in the space of what they are. And you know, like I still feel this way. I go and watch like the Breath of the Wild story trailer. I like tear up thinking about the kind of game that could have been. You know, this one here where it's like pull in on the wide world of Hyrule, lots of different biomes, you know. But then we come in to the sword. It's like, this is narrative. This is you are playing on my love of this franchise and this IP and the story behind it. Okay, who's next? The hero. Okay, cool. What are the places that they go, the challenges they overcome, the people that they meet, right? Here's plot, right? Oh, it's Ganon. He's taken over Hyrule Castle and you have to go and save him. And it's stakes, you know, it's adventure. And especially here, this is where they really get you. It's like, and these cutscenes and characters, you are going to go on an adventure. But all of this stuff you're seeing are cutscenes of things that happened 100 years ago. It's like, oh yeah, before like the world, like this. Imagine if this happened, this and this happens. But imagine if this moment, whatever this is, happened in the context of the plot of the game. Like 3/4 of the way, 7/8 of the way through the game, you're running around with Zelda and Hyrule is being destroyed and there's like huge stakes and you're with characters and you're like, they're not just like what happened in the plot of the game to make Link and Zelda be together in this desolate thunderstorm sort of environment in this forest where Zelda has broken into tears. Like, this must be such an incredible story. But then we lift again. Dun, 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 dun. Lovable characters. You're going to relive Ocarina of Time. It's going to happen. You've got to go on such a wild ride and have this amazing experience. It's such a great trailer, but it's not honest. It's not how the game feels to play 99% of the time. Now, some of this stuff, you know, like the heroes are fine, you know. But these characters they're not present in the dramatic moments of the game, you know. It's really like 4 very short episodes of an anime dispersed between running around an open environment, you know. This feels like an episode of Pokemon where like Ash walks into some town and there's some problem and he helps them out and he leaves. But, you know, that's because it's really hard to do action adventure with all of the constraints that action adventure creates. So hang on a second. Oh, okay. It's just a different thing altogether. Okay. Man, they would have so much money to play with. This is good for them. You know? It's important. I think it's better to discover the things that the Celeste team discovered with Earthblade. It's better that they had Celeste, the success of Celeste and the experiences and opportunities that creates. If I was to like, if you were like looking at me and you're looking at them and you're looking at all these other developers and you're going, what should I do with my life? Have your Celeste moment. Pick something like straightforward that you can make, that you know will be, you know, reasonable, and then learn the hard trials and tribulations of making it, you know, whatever. Now, for the last hour, I've been just chatting shit with chat, so I haven't been working that hard. I gotta jump off now. I got dinner to make. I really didn't get as far as I wanted with this, but I'm gonna have to work on it tonight, assuming that my wife is busy. I actually should call her. I'll end the stream. I'll call her, see where she's at. I'll sort dinner out, and then I'll do this later. Yeah. That's okay, Emily. No, you know, like it's important. It makes up a big part of like this conversation makes up a large part of what I would consider what I have to contribute to the internet through my content. Like, I'm not the guy who worked at giant game company who's going to encourage you to get started making games. I'm not the guy who made the breakout, you know, farming sim that changed everyone's lives. I'm not the guy who made an incredibly impactful, you know, platformer with my friends that taught people about mental health or whatever. I'm not responsible for any of that stuff. I can't offer you that. I don't have the, you know, the life journey to speak to you on those kinds of things. What I do have is like a real mountain climb that I've been on, and an honest, really persistent experience that I can share with you about my experiences on how I got here and what it's like around, you know, this stuff. You know, I have a lot of opinions about game design and about philosophy, game design philosophy. I care about this stuff at such, it's such a passion of mine. If I could just build essays about this kind of stuff forever, I would, but I don't believe that I deserve to do that without being responsible for making something that people loved. So I will continue on this path, and amongst chat, while we're here on stream, I'll talk this way about other developers' games and whatever, because I know that it's in an environment where you're watching me do the hard stuff. So you can see that I have an empathy and an experience with this stuff. But yeah, that's what I have to offer, is this experience so far. So when I'm trying to contribute, yeah, like it's what I can speak to. I'm probably one of the I might be the streamer on the internet who that can't be right. Have I spent the longest time on stream working on a game on the planet? Is that possible that I have actually spent more time developing a game than on stream than anybody else? 5 hours a day for like 7 years. Has anybody else worked on a game for that long? One game? On stream, specifically. Shit. Since 2018? Has Spyus been working on his one game since 20? He might actually. I don't know. I stream 5+ hours a day, 5 days a week, and have done since 2018. I don't know that many people who are on the same project since 2018, since February 2018. I mean, Sully Gnome might have this. Yeah, but Handmade Hero, do they stream every day? I'm talking about time spent on a project on stream. That's what I mean. So 1,200 hours a year on one game for 20, 7 years? I think I might be it. I think I might be the guy. That's kind of, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Call the Guinness Book of Records. Yeah, I might be the most persistent. I know, do you know what though? Like, let's be real. There are probably hundreds of developers who have been working on games longer than me, not streaming them, for sure. I mean, like the Dwarf Fortress guys have been there for 20 something years or something like that. I know that, like, you know, Yandere Dev is probably still at it. You know, there are lots of, even Toby Fox, like they've been working on their stuff for how long? Deltarune, Undertale. Deltarune's been in development like 6-7 years, right? Something like that. I know that I'm not saying I'm the guy who's been working on a game the longest, but I think I might have streamed a project the longest. I think I might have the most hours of a game dev project ever. At least on Twitch. I don't know about, maybe there's some Japanese platform someone's been working on a game since like 2015. Cool. That might be me. That's interesting. Wouldn't it be a story if the game actually came out one day? What a story that would be. You tend to think it's a bad thing. Oh yeah, the risk is insane. The level of like anxiety that I experience in my day-to-day. It's the reason I see a psychologist. Like I am like singularly in this position where I have like the most public hours in my life dedicated to a project that like nobody knows is going to be a success or not. What a story. I got to live with that every night. I got to go to bed and go, well, that's the life I'm living. Yeah. Shit. Do you know what? There is another developer who I think might come close, but he doesn't stream that much. It's FlipSwitch. FlipSwitch X has been working on his game for ages. But no, not the same game. He switched. He flip switched. He is a real flip switch. Is like I adore flip switch. I think he's like one of the purest like game developers in that I think he has like less content creator ambition and less drive to make something that other people would consider like marketable, but full commitment to like the thing that he's building. And all he does, his game is like, it's like a love letter to the games that he grew up playing, more so than what I think my game is. His game is like, oh, this is Kirby. Oh, that's Mario Brothers 2. Oh, this is Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, this is like Yoshi's Island. Like every single part of his game is like something incredible from a game that we grew up playing, you know. I feel like even that's Mario 2. Like that's it. Sonic the Hedgehog, like he's just a Metroid. He's just got stuff from everything. I guess just because he loves to do that, you know. And like it's cute and it feels honest, you know. It's like he's got a real honest way about building his stuff that I don't know, I admire it. Like the chickens in his game, you attack them and like all the chickens start attacking you. It's like, oh, it's the cuckoos. Rename Dev Squidly seems pretty frequently in some dialogue. Wow, I don't know when the project streaming started to kick off. Yeah. Reading scripture and meditation helps me get rid of a lot of anxiety / losing focus. Yeah. I just want to be like, I'm going to head off now, but I guess all this was really about is off the back of the Earthblade stuff. Like, I hope that me having been doing this for so long publicly gives me some kind of actual credibility. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take one step back from that even, and I'll say, I honestly feel comfortable speaking on these topics, having explored them explicitly and publicly for so long, that I feel comfortable sharing them with you. I do. Because I trust that my experiences have been reflected on. I do it on stream. I build something. It's not what I want. It fails a certain way. You watch me do that. We look together about why it's not working, what's wrong with it, and how the mistakes that I might have made or the lessons I might have learned carry over or relate to other mistakes or other lessons. We compile it, we synthesize it, and we look at it from the top down and say, hey, game dev must be this way. It's challenging for these reasons in these directions. And I think I think I'm qualified to talk like that. I think I am. I don't know everything. I'm not a super genius. I'm not a savant. I don't have all the answers, but my experience is valuable in that regard, at least. That I've tried to make an action adventure, one action adventure project, longer than anybody else publicly. I've been forced to I've been exposed publicly on one project that has grown and changed, and I have the evidence. I think I might be the only person on the planet who can literally just say, hey, I worked on this thing in 2020. Let me go get my hard drive with the VOD from that day, and I can show you the exact moment we worked on this and failed in this regard. I can show you the exact things that didn't work, documented in live 1080p video. You know, I might be the only person on the planet who can do that. So that's worth something. And we do look back. I was doing it last night. There's a video that I produced. Get this. Last night and this week, when I'm off stream, I've been working on a video that a grant agency here in Australia, it's a government agency, asked for me to put together as a way of helping out new applicants of the grant fund. So because I successfully was awarded the grant, they were like, hey, Adam, could you share some tips and advice to help make it feel more approachable to people who are applying for the grant this time? And I was like, sure, I'd love to do that. And they were like, we suggest you might want to share some of your B-roll footage, of you working on it. And in my head, I thought, oh, they probably mean like fake, like stage it. So it's like, oh, here's me producing my application. And then I went, actually, hang on a second. I actually have literally the actual streams from literally last year, to the point where I could show you explicitly me typing out my application because I did it on stream. Like, this is footage of me writing this games research index. This is me building out my file, my application. I literally went to my 2024 hard drive and pulled out the shots of me doing it. This is me, like,
I had a playable prototype.
Like, it's there. I actually had to pull back because I was like, oh, I don't know if it's like, should I not be sharing some of this information? Is this like too... Yo, there's one more. Yeah, here, like, this is my actual timeline. This is the actual slide, Maybe I'm giving away too much because I have it in explicit detail. So the only problem with it is that you have to scrape it, It's like hundreds of video files, each of them 5 hours long. Like, even 3 days ago, we were trying to just scrape through that and was like, well, how do we do that? Like, it just looks like this. You pick a day and you got to go, okay, what will we do? This is us,
Hand fights.
picking out the components for the PC we might buy. Yeah, so. Thank you, Sub-Zero Black on YouTube. That's really, yeah, I've thought about it. The thing is, DaVinci Resolve has a feature like that. And when it scrubs through and does transcripts, it takes like 45 minutes for one video. It's like, or maybe it'll be less with this PC, but like, it's a lot of effort, I think. Maybe I should write some sort of batch script or something, and get it to do some summaries and timestamps. I could probably do that. I don't know how much it would cost to get an AI to scrape my entire library, but that would be a genuinely good application of AI. Oh, I don't know, Fun TV. Oh, I know it's possible. Like Resolve does it, but like, yeah, maybe there's something I could get someone to write for me to do it. So yeah, the thing is, like, and again, maybe this is a good thing. It's kind of like the plight of social media, where I only know what other people finish. I do see people struggle with game dev here on Twitch with me. I see Jitspo, he was working on that, his platformer action side scroller, the Fist of God, what was it called? Fist of the Forgotten? I think it's that. Like, I've play tested that game. I see him working on it. He's been working on it for years. I know that people struggle alongside me. I know I struggle, but it's hard not to feel like when you're in this thing doing it, day to day, it's hard not to look at games that succeeded and go, oh man, they must be so much smarter than me. They must be so much better. Like, how come they get to live their lives in the comfort of knowing that they made a hit success and that they don't have to work you know, if they don't want to, because their game sold like, you know, $170 million worth of copies or whatever. Like, I don't know if I deserve to even do this if I can't do what they do. And I don't feel like I'm doing what they do because I'm seeing me do it the hard way, and I'm not seeing them struggle. I'm seeing their game be finished. So there is a poison in working on something in a world where social media exists, because you only get to see the best of what other people want you to see. Maybe it would be, it's separate from, let's just separate me out of the one who's saying this, but like, I think it's interesting. It will be an interesting case to look back on this period if the game succeeds and not have that veil to be able to say, oh yeah, like the game's good, but like Adam really struggled for a long time on this. Like, and like, here's where it suffered. Or the game was really good because Adam's put all this time in this specific area. That was totally worth it. Or Adam was totally misdirected on this thing. And he got lucky that this paid off or whatever. Like, you can't make those claims about other games. I don't even know how hard other games are to make for other people. But I think, like, again, coming back to the Earthblade thing, seeing that post kind of makes me feel like, oh, it's not just me. Like, you know, it's the same thing with this. And you know what? Just to be real with you for a second, like the Elon Musk thing and other people on the internet who are having a hard time right now, it's because if you are really, really good at creating an image for yourself, people really think that you're an exception. The second you show them that you're not an exception, it looks like people hunger for that proof, you know? Like the idea that like, oh, no one is actually like, if something's too good to be true, you know, maybe it is too good to be true. Maybe it's not true. It's like that, I think. So like when you look at people who have succeeded in incredible ways, it's like the more you look, the more you realize like either they got really lucky or maybe they lied, you know? Yeah, like this is the thing. Someone like Elon, what do you do? Like, if Elon didn't have a public presence, we would all think this is the guy who designed the rockets and built the electric cars and made the solar roadways and did the blah, 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 blah. We'd all think amazing things about him. But the more I find out about him, the more I think, oh, actually, that's kind of a bit of a fraud thing to do. Oh, and that didn't quite look very good. And oh, that. And then you ask the question, well, what else is he a fraud about? And you can't validate it. You can't be like, oh, well, he is still a genius engineer. He's just also, you know, a Nazi or whatever. Or like also petulant and a fake gamer. Or like, it's like, well, it's hard to do that. It's hard to know what an honest picture looks like when you see lies pop up, you know? People start sniffing something and they go, hang on a second. What's this guy's backstory? Oh, his parents own an emerald mine. Oh, he started with like a bunch of money. Oh, he got fired from Zip2 or whatever it was. Oh, he like bought his way into a founder's position into Tesla. oh, it's like, oh, he wasn't the engineer who designed all this stuff. Oh, this is him like being exposed to not really understanding how this thing works. Oh, he lied about being a gamer. Oh, he's pointing and clicking his way through, Diablo and Path of Exile. He's not using shortcuts. So hang on a second. If this guy is the super genius, why is he looking like such a dumb shit? It's like that. It's like you start getting, so at some point you start asking about like how much of this is a fluke, how much of this is being born into or given a scenario where you couldn't fail because you had a lot of opportunity, you just brute forced your way here. I actually do still think that Elon probably is a good engineer. I still do think that's probably true. I don't know for sure though, but I would guess that he has some engineering chops. He's definitely like, I don't know. I mean, that's really, it's really conjecture because I don't know. But I've heard him talk about, quite specific things relating to rocket engine design. That it's like, well, I certainly am not an expert in rocket engine design, but if I didn't know any better, that sounds like legit stuff, It sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I think that's probably true, Emily. Yeah, I think he's like a rich kid who really likes engineering and has enough experience to probably pass as like a mid-weight engineer, but has way more clout and maybe business acumen is the right word, whatever it is, confidence, momentum, to be better suited to really just be like a CEO type or like a, salesman type, using the engineering Tony Stark image as like a way to get bankrolled for bigger things and to get tax cuts and whatever. Yeah. I don't think it's like I don't think you could keep up the facade I don't think you could have Elon Musk's life without him at least being like acquainted with and have some experience engaging with the teams who work on these things. Like, you couldn't direct a team, if you didn't know what you were doing at all. But yeah, I mean, like, there's a certain point where you're testing the responsibility of the people who believe in you when you lie to them. You're like saying, hey, just trust me, bro. I'm Elon Musk. You're inviting people to say, but he's the genius. Like, he should know. It's like idiocracy. It's like he's the smartest guy in the world. He'll fix all of our problems. It's like you have to be there are environmental factors that make that happen, and we all should be a little more responsible with being honest on the internet and in how we carry ourselves. Honest with the expectations that we ask people to have of us and the expectations that we put on other people. Like, putting people on a pedestal and placing yourself on a pedestal, both are wrong. Yo, I'm just getting a phone call, pals. I'll be right back in a sec. Yo. All this is to say, I know that we've been derailed on derailed on derailed. It's been like an hour and a half, 2 hours of me just chatting with you guys now. I think I usually finish around 6, and then my wife's been so late to come home from work that I just was happy to just chat. What I really like, I just want to like zoom right back out and just talk. I zoomed in, zoom right back out and just tie this stuff together. You know, I do the weave. To tie this stuff together is it's like this. When you start your journey as a game developer, if you're anything like me living in the world that I live in, you are going to see a lot of projects, games that you love. That's what's going to inspire you, right? Success is going to inspire you to make things. And we live in a world where, unfortunately, the picture that gets rendered of successful people is not one that is often honest. It's very hard to find the reality, typically, of how success happens and who is deserving of it. And if you're not careful, you will find yourself in a position where you're demotivated and unable to explore your opportunities and believe in yourself. In my case, sometimes I self-sabotage because I've created an identity in my mind that I don't deserve to feel like a successful person, because I don't see myself succeeding the way that I see people online succeeding. But that's a lie, right? Like that image of like so-and-so just like posts stuff on Twitter every, whatever, and they're amazing and their work is amazing and all they do is succeed and win. And I'm just sitting here like trying to draw my scribbles, and they look bad and I feel bad about them. Like everyone feels that way, even the successful people. So the first thing that I hope I can contribute, the thing that I hope I can most honestly contribute for now, before my game is successful, not before, since the game hasn't finished yet, I hope what I can offer until the time where I have a successful game to share and stories to tell about its success and to guide you towards that success for your own projects. Until that time, what I do have to offer is a picture of what it's like to do game development that's honest. That's what I'm really trying to say. That's what this is really about. And I feel uplifted in the knowledge that there's something valuable there about saying like, hey, game dev is hard. It is. Even if you're really smart, even if you're really talented, it's hard. And even very, very good devs find it hard to do. I know this because I speak to those developers. I see those developers. I am a developer who is making a game, and it's hard for me and it's hard for them. And the people who it doesn't seem to be hard for are either making something that's easier, which is nothing wrong with that. That's great. But you should be mindful of not comparing apples and oranges. That's all. And even if it looks easy, it's probably not as easy as they make it look. That's the really important thing to understand. And the next thing that I hope one day, I have this mission statement that I came up with in like 2014. I was like, if I can make a game starting with nothing, I don't have a leg up in the industry. Like I was just nobody. I'm still basically nobody, but I don't have any credentials. If I just give this a really good shot and I really persist, maybe there's some proof there that the things people say about games and what makes them successful and how much of that is luck, maybe there's a different narrative there. Maybe just doing analytics on Steam isn't enough to create a clear picture of what success looks like. Because it's not, I really don't think that just saying, for example, that the platformer genre is oversaturated. It may be the case that the platformer genre is oversaturated. And I don't put Insignia in that genre. I just mean like if you're starting game dev and you're doing a Celeste clone or something, yeah, there are a lot. But how many actually have the care and rigor behind them of Celeste? Like how many games like Celeste are there really that you could compare? That you could say, oh, this was made by like a great artist, a great designer with love that had energy put into it and care over years in a way that actually led it to be a product worthy of people's time and money. If you take that as a standard and you compare all of the platformers on Steam against that standard of like AAA indie or whatever you want to call it, is it really just a luck game? Or is it more about creating the opportunities for yourself to be able to dedicate that time? That's where I think the delta is, really. I think it's really way more about like I am privileged. There's luck in how I got to be in this position. And that privilege is the gap. It's the ability to cross the gap of spending like 5+ years on one project. Like who gets to do that? I've spent now, it's closer to 8. You know, who gets to do that? That's the thing. If you want to make a game for sure, if you for sure want to make a game that for sure feels like Celeste, you got to spend Celeste time and money and energy on it. And that's the thing that most games on Steam probably wouldn't be able to do. I think that's the honest answer. It's certainly the answer that I want to be the most true. I don't know. You can take don't trust me on that. But that's my hypothesis. It's not proven. There's probably no way to prove it unless you do some really, really good longitudinal study on, game devs over like decades and, whatever, pick a big sample size and really do interviews with every single one and track their whatever. When every game is made in this most public way and we can pick through all the design process and then compare success against development, okay, then we could prove what I'm trying to say. That'll never happen. So for now, this is just my personal philosophy. But I really do think it would be impossible for me to do this every day if I didn't believe that. If I thought this was just luck, why would I bet on me? Like, what are the odds that the game is successful? If it's just a numbers game, I'm the worst possible gambler in the world because I only roll 1 dice for all of my money. I was sat down at the table and went all in, that's not reasonable. So in a way, that's it. That's all I got for you. But I hope it works out for me. At least you'll know that I wasn't lying to you. At least you'll know that I sat here and gave it a good crack for as many years as I could possibly do it. Even if the game doesn't succeed or whatever, I really did it. I was really honest about it and you watched it. Probably more time spent live working on one game than anybody else on the planet. Probably. Or potentially. For whatever that's worth. I'm not saying that's worth anything. Let's raid Randy. He's a guy who's been at game dev for a while. he gets clowned on, but he gives it a good go too. So you should show him some love. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I will see you all tomorrow. It's been a lot of fun. Let's keep making games. Let's keep being transparent. Let's not get mind poisoned by social media. And let's all learn from each other. Okay? That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.